Good evening. I am Deputy Mayor Councillor Marion Ayling. In absence of the Mayor, I will be chairing this meeting this evening. I would like to welcome you all to this full council meeting. There are no planned fire drills tonight. In the event of a fire alarm sounding, please leave the building via the main spiral staircase and through the main reception doors. Once outside, please turn left. Make your way to the fire assembly point. This is located beyond the multi-storey car park on Exchange Road. If you are unable to use the stairs, please wait in the council chamber and you will be guided by a member of staff to the evacuation lift. This meeting is being live streamed by the council's YouTube channel. Please note that there are no communication functions available as part of this webcast. The council is a data controller and will retain the data collected during the webcast. This will be done in accordance to the council's published data retaining policy. Those sitting in the public gallery should be aware that by entering the chamber, they are consenting to their image being captured on the automated camera system. Recordings will be used for webcasting and or training purposes. Cameras are currently set to capture members in a seated position, so please remain seated while speaking. Councillors have received an electronic copy of the relevant paperwork for this meeting. The public agenda for this meeting is available on the council's website. We will now start the agenda. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Apologies from Councillor Sivaraja and Councillor Jahans.
Councillors' interests notified in a... Oh, thank you. Councillors' interests notified in advance of the meeting are set out on page 5 in the supplementary agenda order paper. Are there any further interest councillors wish to declare?
Yes, please, Madam Deputy Mayor. The supplemental agenda recommendation 5, I believe it is, on local government reorganisation, a personal non-prejudicial interest as a member of West Sussex County Council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The same declaration of interest.
Same declaration of interest, thank you.
Do we approve the minutes of the meeting of the full council held on the 23rd of May, which appear on page 5 to 52 of the agenda? Councillor Crowe. Oh.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I should have just said that I hope you have a successful evening in the chair, deputising for the Mayor. Can't quite agree the minutes because on page 10 at the bottom, where it says resolved, it has it that you yourself was elected as chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Commission, and that was not the case. It was, of course, Councillor Russell. The minute does say there on page 10. It says it twice. It says resolved, Councillor... no, it says moved by Councillor Russell, proposed by Councillor Ayling be appointed as chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Commission. It is right further on in the minutes, but not there.
Make that correction. Agreed? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Crowe. As the Mayor isn't here this evening, there won't be a mayoral update this evening, so we move on to Cabinet members' announcements with a 10-minute time limit. As you can see from page 9 of the order paper, there are 4 announcements. I will take them in the published order, starting with the Cabinet member for Planning and Economic Development. Councillor Nawaz, please introduce your communication.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm here to, and also very delighted to inform the members that Crawley's team of hardworking planning officers have been awarded the prestigious honour of Planning Authority of the Year for the South East by the Royal Town Planning Institute. It's a brilliant news and richly deserved in the light of the excellent achievements of our planning officers over the past year. They have successfully tackled a unique and unprecedented combination of challenges thrown in their way, from leading a consortium of 10 councils to submit a robust response to the Gatwick Airport Northern Runway DCO, to tackling a huge extra workload in helping planning applicants get through water neutrality, to making the real inroads into the reducing the backlog of planning applications experienced since COVID. And all this is at the same time as securing really a positive backing from the planning inspectorates for Crawley's new local plan, including Britain's first ever water neutrality and policy against all the odds, a major strategic employment site, Gatwick Green. This is an extremely impressive combination of achievements. Our planning team may be small, but I'm sure members will agree that our planners are extremely talented and fully deserve of our gratitude, our plaudits and our shared delight in achieving the fantastic Planning Authority of the Year award. My wholehearted congratulations to our planning officers on behalf of us all, and they are now going to go into the national awards. Thank you.
Thank you. We next have Councillor Sue Mullins, the Cabinet Member for Community Engagement and Culture.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. It gives me absolutely a lot of pleasure to announce the reinstatement of our wonderful statue that a lot of people from Crawley will remember fondly, people who live Crawley now and people who've left over the years. It was always, in my memory, called the boy on the dolphin. I've been reliably told it's not a dolphin, it's a sturgeon, but I think it will always go down in history as the boy on the dolphin. It stood for many years in Queen Square as part of our fountain. Then when the Queen Square was refurbished, it was moved into the old town hall, into the garden at the back, where you couldn't see it very well because the amount of greenery that was out there. But then when the old town hall was closed, it was taken away and put into storage, and I'm really delighted to say it's going to be reinstated, this time in Tilgate Park, within the walled garden. We'd love to keep it near water, because although it cannot be used as a fountain anymore because the insides just don't work anymore and are not able to be reset as they were, but we're going to put it near the little pond in the walled garden so that people can then enjoy it for years to come. It's a piece of Crawley's history, and especially at this time of such great change for Crawley, it's really important that we recognise and remember all those things that are the legacy of Crawley over the years. So I'm delighted to announce its return, its rebirth, if you like.
Right, next we have Councillor Hilton and the Cabinet Member for Environment, Sustainability and Climate Change.
From a neglected, inaccessible piece of scrubland to a beautiful, peaceful and thriving biodiverse oasis in the middle of a business industrial area, and it really is a hidden gem. It is a great example of how small open spaces can be beneficial for physical and mental well-being, while at the same time mitigating harmful carbon emissions that are driving climate change. So, early an application, a management plan to keep Britain tidy, to be assessed against the stringent green flag standards that sets a benchmark for the management of recreational outdoor spaces across the UK and around the world. The site was visited by judges early this year, and their report just in confirmed that Portersbrook People's Park was well managed and maintained, safe, accessible. It's not working. It's picking me up. Pick me up. Sorry, just get me right. Just keep going. Was well managed, safe, accessible, welcoming, and met the needs of the local business district community and workers of Manor Royal. As a result, the judges decided to be a recipient of a green flag for the first time in 2025. This is a great achievement for the maintenance team from Neighbourhood Services in partnership, we should add, with the Manor Royal bid team. These green flag awards are not just about parks, it's about the people that make it all happen and recognises the tireless work and dedication that is needed to achieve the very best standards. Congratulations to all the other teams at our parks for retaining their flags for another year.
Thank you. Finally, we have Councillor Chris Mullins, Cabinet Member for Leisure and Wellbeing. He will speak on the unsupervised play investment programme.
I am on and I hear. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's very exciting and a great pleasure to see these play areas being redeveloped. There was some feeling for a start while that maybe they weren't needed. We can tell you that they're wholeheartedly needed, and we, as we go around, see children already queuing up to go into the refurbished areas. They love them and they're most enjoyable. We have so far a list of completed schemes. I won't read them all out because it's quite long, but we just done a couple in Bewbush recently, and there have been other areas around Hadley Close, Plaintain Crescent and Puffin Road and Meadowhouse, Pound Hill North, Wakeham's Green, and places like that. So all of these were done on the basis of need, bringing safety to the front, that they had to be safe, and they had to be safely usable by the children that needed to use them. We have a forthcoming list of need with these. We've got something like over 70 of these play areas in Crawley. We've done about half of them, 44 schemes out of that 70, and we still need to do the rest. It will be done out of SEAL money and 106 money, and as they come on and develop, if they're in your area, go and look at them and see the quality and the standards of the equipment that we're producing. I really am grateful for our workers who put these together and build them again for us. And I know that the neighbourhoods are more than happy to see a refurbished and up-to-date play area for their children. It's a wonderful thing that we're doing, and I'm so glad that we have planned to complete all of them in Crawley to the right and safe standards that we would achieve. Thank you, Mayor. Well, I can go through all the list if you want me to, Michael. 1 minute. 1 minute, right. Okay. We've done Bewbush. The ones that are next year. Oh, next year. Okay, sorry. He wants me to next year. Right. Northgate Play Area, Northgate Youth Area, Loppets Road Play Area, Ifield Green Play Area, Woodfield Road and Hanbury Close play areas in Ifield. They're the next stage, but we intend to complete all of them in the end. Is that okay now, Michael? Thank you.
It meets what you said you were announcing on the order paper, yes.
Okay.
Right, I believe there is a communication from the Head of Governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Magali has informed me that she has stepped down as Vice Chair of Planning Committee, but she will remain on the committee. In light of this, Councillor Bidwell has been put forward by the Conservative group to replace her. As Chair and Vice Chair appointments are the remit of the full Council, I ask that members approve this change. If you could ask if that's agreed.
Yeah. Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I do have one piece of communication from myself. I'd just like to say that it was my great pleasure to attend some things on behalf of the Mayor of the last month. I went to a tea party at Crawley Library to celebrate 100 years of West Sussex Libraries. I also went to West Green WI to celebrate 10 years of that organisation in West Green. And I opened the summer fair on Saturday, just gone, at Ifield Park Care Home, which was an enjoyable day. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, just to confirm that we are not handing out long service badges this evening. This will be taking place on the 22nd of October at the next full council meeting, at that full council meeting. We will now move on to item 5, public question time, which is set for 30 minutes, and I will briefly explain the procedure. I will invite each person in turn to the table at the front of the public seating area for them to ask their question. Please state your name and which ward you live in, and then ask your question. I will then invite the appropriate cabinet member or committee chair to reply to your answer. Reply to your question, rather. You may then ask one supplementary question which should relate to the original question or the response given to it. Please put your hand up if you are wanting to ask a question. Mr. Khan. Yes. Sit down.
And shall I speak through there?
Yeah.
Crawley Council, I would go to Crawley Council, ask them, the taxi drivers are harassing me, and I was told by the council, particularly Green Plimpton, and she said, if they're harassing you, go and tell them not to harass you. Can you answer my question, please? Yes, why would the council not help? Harassed, bullied day and night by the taxi drivers, and the Crawley Council, I reported to Crawley Council, and Crawley Council did not help me.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's gone off. It's come back. Sorry, it's come back. Mr. Khan, sorry, we can't comment on individual cases, but if you would like to write to me, I will look into it, but we can't really comment on individual cases.
I've been writing for 30 years. Nobody helped me.
Do you want to write to me? I'll give you my details in a minute.
Who are you? I cannot see you. Who are you?
Can you see me now?
Yeah, very well. And nobody helped me for 10 years, day and night. I was harassed by taxi drivers. And I went to the council, and the council said, don't come here. Tell the drivers not to harass you.
Well, if you want to email me, I mean, I will speak to the drivers if you want me to. If you can give me any names, who they are.
I've been giving names for
Okay, but I'm sorry, okay, I'll give you my email address.
And my second question is, I want a loss of earnings. I have not been able to work for 10 years.
That's not a question.
And I have not got any benefit. So I want loss of earning, 315,000 loss of earning.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. We'll get somebody to reply to you over that. Thank you. No, you've had, no, sorry, Mr. Khan, you've had your 2 questions.
I stopped the war in Northern Ireland, which has been going on for 800 years.
Mr. Khan, you've had, no, I'm sorry, but you've had your 2 questions. That's it, you've had your 2 questions. Thank you very much.
You never gave me answer to one.
email Councillor Khan. Just email Councillor Khan, that's the answer to the question.
I've been paying the council for 30 years and they did not help me. They were urging taxi drivers to wind Khan. I heard it myself.
Okay. Can you return to your seat now, please? Thank you. Thank you. Right, is there any more questions? Right, we will now deal with the agenda item number 6, consideration of full council's recommendation of calling and decisions. There are 4 recommendations for discussion this evening, and they will all come from Cabinet held on the 25th of June 2025. Of these recommendations, 3 relate to Part B exempt reports. Recommendation 2, Breezehurst Drive Phase 2, approval of increased scheme, budget and authority to appoint a contractor. I'll try to read all 3. Oh, right, sorry. Recommendation 3, affordable housing opportunity acquisition, and recommendation 4, stock condition survey programme. I'm aiming to hold the debate on each of these recommendations in open session, even though they are related to Part B exempt reports. Is there any objection to this approach? No? Thank you. I will now call on the monitoring officer to provide advice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. While continuing in Part A, as has just been agreed, members can only discuss information which is in the public domain as detailed within the Cabinet Minute on page 56. So please, members, you're kindly requested not to reference the location of the development or the original costing of the proposed site, as this is information not in the public domain. Thank you.
We are now consider the first recommendation. Oh, sorry. Who was it? Who was? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was on. Okay. We now consider the first recommendation, extension to public space protection order. Keep your dog on a lead in Tilgate. Councillor Jones, please introduce this recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The proposals in the recommendation for councillors tonight are to extend the existing public space protection order for Tilgate Park for dogs to be kept on leads in specified areas for a further 3 years, which is the maximum period permitted. The current restrictions are retained, including the geographical areas. The level of fines for the fixed penalty notices will also remain at £100 for now. I need to stress that the PSPO has been successful and it's certainly been used by the council. Since it was introduced, I'm informed that the number of injuries and deaths of animals reported has decreased to 0 in the park. Also, I've had many anecdotal approaches from park users saying how it has improved their experience when visiting. As I said, Madam Deputy Mayor, the PSPO has been used. In the past 3 years, officers inform me that it has been used 910 times. This involves the community protection team officers giving verbal instructions, with the vast majority of members of the public complying with that request, with only 3 fixed penalty notices needing to be issued in all that time. I think that this all emphasises the effectiveness of the order and that it works, but it needs a form of legal recourse if people don't comply. The order is proportionate for what it is trying to achieve. There is a large area of the rest of the park that can still be used by dog owners without requiring a lead. And there are many other parks and open spaces not covered by these controls if this is an insurmountable problem for any of the dog owners. I would also remind members that it is not as if the council is entirely stopping anyone entering any part of the controlled parks of Tilgate Park. All they need to do is put their dog back on its lead. I would point to the general level of support for the PSPO given within the consultation period. Of those responding, a majority, 59%, were in favour of extending it. Even more satisfying was that the large proportion, I believe it was 95% of people responding, confirmed that they were Crawley residents answering, so I believe it reached the right people. Madam Deputy Mayor, I am aware from discussions at scrutiny and at Cabinet that the golf course remaining in the area covered by the order has been questioned by some. I also see the Conservative group have moved an amendment to the recommendation tonight to remove it from the order. I have given this detailed consideration and I have not been persuaded, but it is up to the full council to confirm the final borders. One reason for retaining the current footprint is that I do think there has been in the past and will continue to be a danger to the dogs themselves and their owners from wandering around the golf course with being hit by golf balls, particularly if they're roaming free away from the public footpaths. Thank you.
Chris Mullins, I believe you are seconding the recommendation.
I reserve my right to speak. Formally second at the moment, but I will reserve my right to speak
Okay.
later in the debate. Thank you.
Right. We have an amendment on this recommendation. This is detailed on page 17 of the supplementary agenda. Councillor Jaggard, please introduce your amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand this is a very important issue. I do not have a dog, and I'm here speaking on behalf of dog-owning residents, particularly those in Maidenbower and Furness Green. People come far and wide. When they arrive at the main car park, there is a map in Tilgate, and it shows the Tilgate Lake, the Grassy Slope, the Go Ape, Titmus Lake, the Silt Lake, and the Nature Centre. This is the area that people consider to be Tilgate Park. Within that area, I can totally understand the need for swans, birds, families, children to be protected by energetic, scary dogs, and I fully support it within that area. It's a much more formal area, picnicking, children playing, children wandering around. However, the area between the main lake and the railway line is very different. It has a very different feel. It's approximately 250 acres of woodland paths, dense trees, little streams, ancient public footpaths and rights of way. These paths are used by residents, Maidenbower residents particularly, to walk their dogs over the railway bridge straight into the woods. If residents were not able to take their dogs for a run in Tilgate Woods, they may need to drive somewhere else, and this goes against our climate change sustainability policies. It makes little sense, therefore, to pick on Tilgate Woods, which is such a remote wooded area. Now, comments, I'm sure, will be made about the safety for deer. There have been no reports of dogs attacking deer in the past in the wooded area, either before or since the PSPO. Other comments we've just heard is about concern about dogs being hit by golf balls. Well, I find this highly unlikely, but that's a risk that the owners are taking, whether the dog is on a lead or not on a lead. One would be more concerned if a walker was hit by golf balls, but walkers are not being banned. It's just people without dogs can walk along the many paths that cross this area, and there will be no PSPO to protect them. It may be necessary to put some signage along the fairways to warn walkers of golf balls if we are so concerned about that risk, and of golf balls potentially veering into the woods. The recent consultation again raised the notion that the PSPO is not proportionate. 40% of people did not support it, but the respondents said they would be fully supportive if the wooded golf course area was omitted from the PSPO. And I thank those members of the Cabinet who voted to remove the golf course from the PSPO. So in conclusion, I believe that the PSPO that includes the golf course and wooded area is excessive. It is not supported by the consultation evidence and it is not proportionate. So please support the amendment to remove the golf course from this PSPO. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillier, I believe you are seconding the amendment. Do you wish to speak now or later in the debate?
I'd like to speak now, please. Thank you. I'd like to support Councillor Jaggard in some of the things that she's actually said. I to agree that the PSPO should be renewed in the areas that we actually listed, the main lake, the Peace Garden, the lawn area and the children's play area, but not the golf course. I am actually a golfer. I do use the facilities at Tilgate Park. I haven't actually come across any, in all the years I've played golf there, any dogs that have been running wild on the golf course. I have come across children playing in the actual bunkers, which is danger in itself, but I certainly haven't come across any dogs or any issues with any dogs off leads. I'm also a runner, and I do extensively use the wooded areas for running as part of my running groups. And again, I haven't actually seen anybody police that area at all. So if we're actually going to extend the PSPO to cover the golf course, which I also think is a little bit extensive, I do think that we should actually police the area effectively. What I do come across, as I say, as well as children just running across the fairways and parents not controlling the children, and I'm not talking about dogs here, but I'm talking about children, but I also sort of come across the use of drugs in the area, barbecues that families have lit in the area. There hasn't been anyone there to actually stop them or prevent them. So if we're actually going to implement this, then we do need to find a way to actually fine people for having their dogs off the lead and actually sort of police the area properly and effectively. The other areas, we're actually doing it around Tilgate Lake, and we're talking about the wildlife, but what we're not doing is actually doing the same for other parks. And there have been incidents on animals in other parks in wooded areas, such as Worth Park as well. So I do feel that we, you know, if we're actually going to implement this effectively, that we actually should look to police it properly and effectively, which I don't believe that we've actually issued any fines in that area at all. Thank you.
Councillor Chowton, as you have just arrived, can I ask whether you have any declarations of interest, please?
Apologies for my
That's
lateness.
okay.
I have nothing to declare. Thank you.
Okay, I will now open up open it up for debate. Councillor Crowe.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. I will just start by saying that I know this is tabled in the order paper as a Conservative group member, but actually, and it's probably my fault that there was a lot of information to relate to officers about tonight's meeting. This is actually a Maidenbower and Furness Green councillors amendment as such, hence why I'm not the one proposing it, although I do happen to be a Furness Green councillor. So this is not a Conservative group member. We have a free vote on our side. This is not political, and I'd like to hope... my best hopes may be that the Labour group also have a free vote, and as this is not a political amendment at all. We just heard very eloquent speeches from Councillor Jaggard and Councillor Hellier, and these are two members who either represent or live near and who both walk and know the golf course well. I too represent the area that covers the golf course, and I happen to live near the golf course, and I've walked there very many times. I think we're going to hear some speeches, or maybe have heard one already, from people that perhaps aren't as familiar with the golf course as what myself and my two colleagues who have just spoken are. And I remember the debate from 3 years ago, and I think we had a good discussion at the scrutiny meeting as well. And also I raised this at the Cabinet meeting, and I thank also Councillor Jaggard for coming along to the scrutiny committee as well, though she's not a member, and she made some very good points there in her contribution. The consultation findings were interesting, and the leader has correctly said that it was 59% in favour, and therefore it's 41% not in favour. But in the consultation, there was no separation of the golf course from the area around the lake, and that's pretty important. Now, I again absolutely support it around the lake, but all the incidents in terms of the warnings given, I think it's 2 or 3 fines that were issued, and the patrols, they all relate to the area around the lake and around the park. None of the other statistics that are being quoted, and we found this out at scrutiny because I did some questioning for the officers. None of it actually relates to the golf course. So in many ways, the golf course is superfluous to addressing the problem. It is not focusing on the area that it relates to. And I take Councillor Jones's point about the risk of dogs potentially being hit by golf balls, but as well as people hopefully being careful, because there are some, for those of you that, some of us know the golf course quite well, there are some paths that do cut across some of the fairways, and common sense dictates that people who are out walking their dogs, who regularly go there, know to look out for golfers and indeed shots being played before they walk across. Indeed, I always stop and look very carefully before I walk across, and it's the same with anybody who would be walking their dog off the lead. Indeed, some people still walk their dogs off the lead there, and it's causing no problem whatsoever as long as people are sensible. Where in the past people haven't been sensible is, of course, around the lake. And I mentioned 3 years ago about my own daughter being attacked by a dog that was coming out of the lake off a lead, and everyone supports it around the lake. Now, I hear no real opposition, and it has worked well, and that's really good to hear that it has been working well. But the fact still remains that it is overly excessive for the golf course. And again, the leader mentioned that residents can go elsewhere. But again, if you know the layout of the area, there's a lot of people who live in part of Furness Green and part of Maidenbower that literally back on to the golf course, and that is their nearest area where they can go and walk their dogs off the lead. They're not going to do it on the residential streets. That is the area that they go. And indeed, some people have moved to that area because of the closeness to the public rights of way and that nice large area where you can go walking. You can go walking your dogs, and there still remains local opposition and disquiet to the fact that this PSPO is being renewed for the golf course. So I would encourage members just to think carefully. I too welcome the fact that it was tested at Cabinet and 2 Cabinet members voted to remove the golf course. But I accept, of course, there is now Cabinet collective responsibility, so they can't do that. But if the Labour group did have a free vote, all other, I think it's 17 other members who are here would be free. Be 15, wouldn't it? Would be free to support the amendment to remove the golf course. So I'll stop there, Madam Deputy Mayor, but hope that members will give careful consideration to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers? Councillor Mullins. Sue Mullins.
Well, okay. Thank you very much. I'm a bit confused by this amendment because both of the speakers have talked about the golf course. They seem to want to remove the golf course from the PSPO, but at the same time they want us to police the PSPO on the golf course. At the same time, they want to extend the PSPO to all the other parks in Crawley. Now, while I'll agree with you with that, I think any park that's being used by families and children, there should be a PSPO on all those places to help people control their dogs, or to encourage people to control their dogs. This PSPO has been in place now for 3 years. It did face a lot of opposition when it first came in, and we expected to get lots of problems. Those problems died down very quickly as soon as people realised we were deadly serious about what we intended to do, that we intended to protect the park, protect our wildlife, and protect our families and our residents who enjoy that park. That is how we need to continue. The golf course, of course, is a huge area, but it also is absolutely accessible from and to the park. Animals cannot read signs that say, "Don't cross here," or "Keep your dog on a lead." Animals will roam from one area to another, and dogs can't read either. So if they're off the lead, they can move from one area to another very, very easily. I heard it said that we've never had a report of any sort of animal being harassed on the golf course. Now, I know, and I'm sure Councillor Mullins next to me is going to tell you very soon, he has actually witnessed a deer being run to the ground from the golf course straight into the park, where it disappeared into the wooded area and was later found dead. Dogs, I'm afraid, they are man's best friend, but they are also wild animals in their own right. If they're being at home, they're very lovely, and we love them to pieces, and we take them into our families, and they sleep on our beds, well, some people do, on their beds or on their sofas, and they're petted, and they're parts of the family. When they're out in the wild and their leads are off, then I'm afraid dogs very often revert to their natural nature. And I've seen dogs behaving incredibly badly in the park and on the golf course. And, you know, once they're off a lead, they cannot be controlled. They do what they want to do. The other consideration, it's a golf course. Someone just said, I play golf on the golf course. I'm quite sure when you go onto the greens or the fairway, you don't want to be putting your feet or your golf ball or your golf clubs into something unpleasant. If your dog is off the lead, you cannot always see where it's going, what it's doing and how it's behaving, or where you need to go and pick it up. And I'm quite sure, and I know from fact, a lot of people who walk their dogs across that way don't always be as careful as they should be. If their dogs are off the lead, they don't bother to go and look and see where their dog has been and clean up after them. I think we've got a PSPO that works really, really well. 3 years it's been in place and it works fantastically. As someone on our side said, if it ain't broke, why are we trying to fix it? It's absolutely fine as it is. It's done the job. And if you want to join me with advocating some PSPOs for our other lovely parks, Goffs Park, Worth Park, and while we're at it, I would love to see something happen in Buckham Park, because that's a park you can't walk in without your... We need to clean your shoes when you come home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lanza.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think it's important that we should pass on our thanks to our community protection team for the way they've implemented this PSPO over the last 3 years. And I think the leader referred to 910 interventions by that team and just 3 penalty notices. And that is quite an achievement, because I think it's apparent that whenever you try and introduce this type of PSPO, and not just in Crawley, you do get quite a lot of strident opposition to it. And I think we've had less opposition this time, but it was more strident when we first introduced it. So the comment I'd make is that it's pretty clear from those statistics that our community protection team have had to exercise considerable diplomatic skills to generate merely 3 penalty notices out of 910 interventions. So they've done a really good job. I believe last time I voted, when this was considered, I voted for the golf course to be included, but I do find the arguments put by my colleagues to be quite persuasive, to use the leader's term, this time around. And in particular, when you look at the spread of incidents across the golf course being very, very low as compared to the number of incidents elsewhere in the boundary of the PSPO. So I would emphasise as well that this is not a Conservative group amendment as such. It's just people reflecting in part the interests of their constituents. And Councillor Hellier did not overtly ask for PSPOs in every park in Crawley, but I think the pitch was that we should reflect on the relative success of this PSPO and consider PSPOs for parks elsewhere in Crawley. And I think that's a reasonable request and something we should take on board. Thank you.
Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm a little bit confused. I've got the map up in front of me of the area covered, and I can see some significant areas not covered by the PSPO. In the northeast corner, there's a fairly large section of wooded area with pathways through it that is not covered by the PSPO. In the centre of the south of the site, there's a large area, wooded area with pathways through it that's not covered by the PSPO. And in the southwest corner, there is a large area with pathways through it that is wooded, that is not covered by the PSPO. There are adequate places to exercise dogs off of leads outside of the area covered by this. So I can't quite understand why there's a whole hoo-ha over the golf course when there are areas left totally uncovered by the PSPO, as well as Councillor Jagger was mentioning coming across from Maidenbower. Maidenbower Park's got a large area you can run a dog in. You've got several places around Maidenbower. I used to live there. That can be a dog can be allowed off lead to run around in, whereas this area is sort of the PSPO is there for a reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burgess.
Thank you. I'm sorry that Councillor Mullins sounded so cross, because we're really just talking about the opportunity of removing the certain areas so that dogs can be free. However, first of all, I'd like to state that when I've walked in Tilgate Park, and yes, I do have a dog, and yes, it is under control, whether or not it's on the lead or off. And I've got the time and time again, I've seen people with their dogs off the lead going around the lake. And when I question them gently, they say, oh, I can't bother to put on a lead, there's no one around to stop us anyway. They know exactly when they're coming around and when they're going to be caught. And we haven't got the staff, they say at the moment, to police it properly. So if we stretch the staff we have to go into other areas, how on earth are we going to manage to police the really strong areas around the lake, which I do keep my dog on because I know he would go into the water if I didn't. The idea of dogs is the owners. My dog does not disappear away from me. He will come when I call him. He will stay by my side and mate him. He will sit when I ask him. And he will get down when I tell him, because I have been trained to train him. And that is the important thing. And I do know when he poops, thank you very much. And I do pick it up. And people have got to learn to keep their dogs under control. And if they can't, I'm very happy that they have a PSPO. And please, can we make sure the PSPO, we have enough people to really put into operation to stop the people round the lake letting their dogs go free. Back to the golf course, I completely agree with my colleague over there. There are areas, because I have walked my dog in Tilgate, in the wooded areas where it's allowed, off the lead. But again, I know where the dog is. So I think that, yes, I can understand people wanting to keep it at the golf course, but to do so, we have to have the manpower, the people power rather, to make sure that that can be policed properly if we're going to keep it, if you know, that. So I can see both sides of the argument, but then I always can. So, but I do think that maybe we should concentrate on the areas we know are really, really important, where the wildlife really, really are. And please, can we encourage somehow to make the owners responsible for their dogs? Because if they are seen leaving dog mess, that is, they can be fined for that too. So we really have to make sure that we really put in place a strong message to the dog owners, because it's their responsibility, not the dogs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hilton.
I would certainly agree with Councillor Helly in terms of other areas, and actually it strengthened my view in terms of PSPO, in terms of Worth Park. As a local pounder in Northern Forge with councillor, we've heard some pretty shocking stories about what's going on in there, and I think if that shows what happens when you don't have a PSPO and you see the success of Tilgate when you do have one, it shows that it should be kept. And I also agree with Councillor Burgess that it's the owners and not the dogs. I don't want to go into a discussion about dog owners. I think you'll get on a slightly interesting territory there. All I would say is there must be a reason why it's been so successful as a PSPO. And I would say that one of the reasons is enforcement, the consistency enforcement action by including the golf course within it. I think if you took it out, I think you might put coaching horses through how successful it's been, and might actually affect our enforcement techniques, and actually might actually dilute all the good work we've done. So, as a cabinet member, I wasn't there with cabinet, as you know. I would have voted to keep the PSPO as it is, and I'll be supporting the motion tonight, and I'll be voting against the Conservative amendments.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yeah. Councillor Mullins, would you like to?
Yes, please. Yeah. Well, I'll start off by saying there's none so blind as those who will not see, because what brought this PSPO in the first place into existence was that of what we were seeing, what we were witnessing up at Tilgate. And I remember talking to the manager who's now retired about the situation, and he said, quite honestly, Chris, it's out of control. We've got, don't forget, I mean, I do accept, Brenda, completely that you're a very good dog owner, and you've probably done the training, and your dog respects you and does what you're told, what it's told. The reason we put the hound ground in up there as well as part of the extension to the PSPO, and I know we got a written question on that later, was that we wanted to give people an opportunity to train their dogs, to exercise and train them. And a lot of people that are using that hound ground are actually bringing trainers in and getting the dogs trained. And I respect that. And I respect those dog owners that are really taking their responsibility seriously. I really do. But there are dog owners that don't. And that's the trouble. Now, if you put a law in place, any law, it could be murder, robbing a bank. I mean, we know that 90%, 99%, probably 99.9% of people are not going to go and commit a murder or rob a bank. But the law covers everybody. It covers all of us that are law-abiding. And that's why when you have a PSPO, you can't pick and choose who is covered by it. You have to make it wide, and it has to cover everybody, including the decent owners. But then on the other hand, the decent owners are not going to get into trouble because they're going to do their job properly. But when I say those who will not see, I got to say that I used to be a golfer. I'm not some more since my knees went. I've stopped doing it. But I spent an awful lot of time on Tilgate golf course in the past. And I have seen animals being attacked. I've seen dogs fighting dogs. And I actually witnessed one day a very vicious dog chasing a deer into the wooded area at the top of the golf course. And it chased that deer and it chased that deer. And as that deer ran past me, it was panicking. I could hear it, whole thumping of its body. It was breathing very heavily. And when I went to see the Tilgate Park manager about it, and he said to me, Chris, that deer is dead. What happens is, because the dog can go anywhere, the deer can go, they chase them and chase them and chase them because the deer can't escape because it's bigger, and they don't let the deer go. And in the end, the deer just drops down dead of complete physical exhaustion. And I don't think the dogs even bite them or try and take a lump of meat off of them or anything like that. They just get bored with them then and walk away. And I've witnessed it 2 times, the deer chasing bit. The second time, when the dog came back, the owner was just simply petting it. It ran up to its owner, and it was the very dog that was just chasing that deer through the woods. So, I mean, to say that you don't see these things doesn't mean they don't happen. Look, the golf course is a play area. It's for sport. It's an area where people like to go and carry out their sport. Now, many golfers will be dog owners. I mean, dog ownership in this country is very high. And we never set out in the first place to be anti-dog. And that's why we put the hound ground in. And we've got, if you notice, we've even put a nice dog shower in for them at Tilgate. So when their dogs get a bit muddy, they can give them a good scrub before they take them back in the Volvo, you know. I mean, we try and look after people who've got dogs. So we're not doing this by accident. The golf course sits there really as a barrier between the lake and the paths up there. So if you imagine where the golf course is, which goes very near to the lakes, and as Sue said, dogs can't read signs. If they're off running wild and running where they want to, they're going to be attracted to the water. That's the whole point. Water's attractive to dogs, especially on a hot day.
10 seconds.
Am I running out?
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Oh my God, they all spoke for ages. Anyway, listen.
It's over.
We're going to keep it in. But can I make one final point then, Mayor, and I will. There was one thing that Councillor Hillier raised, first of all, and some other of your side have referred to it, and that is we don't police it properly up there on the golf course. We do rely on good and respectable owners to be obeyed. I would like to see a bit more attendance up there, and it's something that we can raise to see how we can fit some more attendance up there. Because you're quite right, if we're going to have it...
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to stop you, I'm afraid, Chris. Right. There are no further speakers. Councillor Jones, do you wish to use your right to reply and formally move the recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. There were a few points made there, just to address a few quickly. Councillor Jaggard seemed to suggest that people would need to get in their car to go anywhere else if they live in Maidenbough and Furness Green, or that's how it came across to me. It's not true that Maidenbough and Furness Green don't have any green spaces that they could use for dog walkers as an alternative, just because they're not as near as the park. And just to remind everyone that no one in these areas is banned from walking their dogs on the golf course. They just need to put it on the lead until they leave the area that's covered by the order. Councillor Hillier, I didn't quite follow it because I don't endorse children hanging around on the golf bunkers either, but we're not suggesting a PSPO for that. Nuisance, though, I'm sure it is. I do have confidence, as has been said just there, that the community protection team will enforce all things if they're in the area. For example, if barbecues aren't allowed, they would have a word on that. So it just might be that they're not there at the times that these things are happening. But if she does have reasons to think differently, I'm very happy to have that discussion with her and our community protection team manager. Councillor Crowe purports to be the community champion on this for Furness Green and Maidenbough, but as this is apparently not a Conservative group motion, but I'd say some Furness Green and Maidenbough residents aren't going to agree with dogs running free on the golf course either. So I think it's wrong to present this as somehow represents all of Furness Green and Maidenbough as if it was possible for it to have one opinion. I mean, I would just make the point that the majority of park users who don't have dogs have consistently supported the PSPO restrictions, and that will almost certainly cover the residents of that neighbourhood as well. Councillor Blanzer is right. The community protection team have done a good job, and I'm glad that's recognised. I think the truth is that over the years since this has been in, people have adapted to the new arrangements, and that's right. Councillor Lanzer also attributed to Councillor Hellier that she might be suggesting other parks. I'm not sure if that's right, if I was listening, but we certainly have other parks, but they obviously wouldn't be up for consideration now because we're focusing tonight on the existing arrangements at Tilgate. But this could be looked at separately, but I personally would want the council to approach this cautiously and not with the automatic assumption that this would happen anywhere else. Any decision, to my mind, would have to be based on pretty compelling evidence that we might receive, and officers certainly aren't aware that this is as large an issue in any of our other parks, although I do accept there have been some stories circulating recently on Facebook about the cygnets disappearing at the Mill Pond and Worth Park, but there are a number of predators that can be responsible for that, not just dogs. Also, I'd observe, and I'm sure we'd all agree with this, the first time one introduces anything somewhere like this, it is contentious. So although I accept there may be a case for looking at a very limited extension to another park in future, but there are currently no active plans to do so. And just to finish, Councillor Burgess, I totally hear your personal circumstances and your sense of responsibility, which is commendable. But alas, we can't make policy using you as a standard because sadly too many others would fall short. So I feel, but absolutely, we do understand that notwithstanding this order, there are a lot of responsible dog owners out there, but that's not sadly why we've had to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I call for a vote on the proposed amendment to recommendation 1, extension to public... Oh, sorry.
Request a recorded vote solely on the amendment, please, Madam Deputy Mayor. And also just to make a quick point of order that I'd already referenced that it was not a Conservative group amendment, and Councillor Hilton's made reference to a Conservative group amendment after I'd already said that. So, but just request a recorded vote on the amendment only. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Start again.
So I call for a vote on the proposed amendment to recommendation 1, extension to the public space protection order as set out from page 17 of the order paper.
Hand over to Chris now.
Right, I'll hand over to Chris to
Do the recorded vote.
do the recorded vote. Thank you.
Good evening. So the vote is on the amendment solely. Councillor Abu Musa. Councillor Adney. Councillor Ashraf. Councillor Ayling.
Against.
Councillor Barrett. Councillor Belbin. Councillor Bidwell. Councillor Burgess. Councillor Burke. Councillor Bushnell. Councillor Chariton. Councillor Crowe. Councillor Hart. Councillor Hillier. Councillor Hilton. Councillor Irvine. Councillor Jaggard. Councillor Jones. Councillor Imtiaz Khan. Councillor Kiran Khan. Councillor Yasmin Khan. Councillor Lanza. Councillor Lunnon. Councillor Chris Mullins. Councillor Sue Mullins. Councillor Mungali. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Noyce. Councillor Patel. Councillor Pritchard. Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Rana. Councillor Russell. And finally, Councillor Yanni.
You need to check the fours, just to check your numbers.
Yeah.
Why don't you ask those two or four to raise their hand?
Can we just check those who said 4? Could you please your hands, just so we can make sure we've got the right numbers right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.
Check the abstentions as well. Check the abstentions.
And can I just check the abstentions, because we're getting the numbers in, don't balance. Thank you. Apologies. So the amendment falls by 6 votes for, 23 against, and 4 abstentions.
You want to... So do I move on to this bit?
So it's stop.
Right. I now I now call for a vote on the substantive recommendation 1, extension to public space protection order. Can you please show, can we have a show of hands in favour, please?
It's unanimous.
Right, okay, that's carried. Thank you. We will now consider recommendation 2, Breezehurst Drive, phase 2, approval of the increased scheme budget and authority to appoint a contractor. Starting on page 126, Councillor Jones, would you please introduce this recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This recommendation addresses the decision on beginning the process to start the building work on the second phase at Breezehurst in Brewesh. The intention is to go ahead with this now that all the work to incorporate all of the new building requirements introduced under the newer regulations in recent years has been done by our built environment officers. This decision has been delegated to Councillor Irvine as Cabinet Member for Housing to appoint the building contractor, and as seconder he may wish to say more, but I will leave my comments on the merits of the recommendation. This council declared a housing emergency some time ago because this borough patently has a housing emergency. There are people in Crawley crying out for council homes and a permanent place to live. This phase of the Breezehurst development was always meant to be coming sooner than this, and I still express great regret that our original contractor went into insolvency and our plans had to be delayed. It has meant, however, that our officers have been able to incorporate all the government's subsequent rising standards, which in terms of energy efficiency will be great for our net zero ambitions as a council, as well as delivering a housing scheme that is top quality in its design and will be the pride of modern council housing delivery, in my opinion. Members, it's my view that we should continue with the commitment to the scheme. While we are asking the council to agree more money to cover some of the additional costs that have risen due to the delay, a good deal of money and work has been invested already in developing the scheme, and this is one of our best council housing opportunities we have to bring forward in the very near future. 85 homes to help towards desperate pressure on the current waiting lists and to help absorb some of the overwhelming costs in otherwise having to provide temporary accommodation. I do think, Madam Deputy Mayor, it also needs to be made clear that the recommendation relates only to the Breezehurst area on the site of the old Brewesh Leisure Centre, which was always earmarked for this development. There is sometimes speculation when development comes forward in this neighbourhood that all the other green spaces in Brewesh will be built on. That is absolutely not the case, as you know, Madam Deputy Mayor. All the other major green spaces in Brewesh remain protected from development under the local plan, which was only recently updated and will be valid for decades to come. I hope councillors will support this recommendation. It will give families and households with an established local connection with Crawley a place to live in homes they can be proud of, and for some, the chance to escape overcrowding in their previous homes. Thank you.
I believe you are seconding the recommendation.
Speak later, please.
Yep, thank you. I will now open it up for debate for the floor. No speakers. Okay, so Councillor Irvine, would you like to have your...
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I mean, obviously, I completely agree with what the leader has said. I'd like to add to his reassurance to the residents of Brewesh that this does not mean that we're going to be looking at building on all the green space in Brewesh, because that's absolutely very far from the truth. This scheme was first mooted a few years ago. I was on the planning committee at the time, and I remember the members of the planning committee get very excited at the concept of this development because, yes, it will help with our housing emergency, but the way it's going to be built, it will also help us in achieving our carbon reduction goals, which I believe is something we will support. And after a few years of our
house building programme being bogged down through water neutrality and other issues. Finally, we're starting to see it moving again. And that means that it's going to take a long time before we put our housing emergency behind us, but it is going in the right direction. And this, combined with other developments that are coming forward, is going to make quite a big dent in our housing problems. So I'm glad to hear that. Well, I imagine that everyone's going to support it here tonight because, I think it's a very, very worthwhile scheme, and it could actually be something of a showpiece for us to show other authorities how to do it. Thank you.
There are no further speakers. Councillor Jones, would you please formally move the recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I formally move.
Thank you. Is that agreed, or would you like a vote? Agreed. Thank you. We will now consider the recommendation 3, affordable housing opportunity acquisition, starting on page number 127. Councillor Jones, will you please introduce this recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members will have read the report, and while we have to be very careful about names and stating figures in public business, there is an opportunity here for a substantial number of council dwellings, well over 100, on a brownfield site, with the significant majority being houses rather than flats, and some designed for larger families, which we have a great shortage of, in particular within the borough. Again, given the desperate need for extra council housing and the demands on temporary accommodation and our housing waiting lists, this is, in my view, this has to be pursued. And anyone who is serious about addressing this problem in a practical and effective way would agree, I believe. We want to push ahead with negotiations on this, and voting for this recommendation will allow the officers the financial flexibility to proceed if the terms are agreeable. So I believe our possession of the water neutrality credits is key to unlocking this entire development, giving current planning restrictions from Natural England, which I'm very hopeful will help us in this negotiation. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Irvine, I believe you are seconding this recommendation.
Can I reserve my rights?
Yep. I will now open it up to debate to the floor. Councillor Crowe.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Obviously, I need to choose my words quite carefully here in order to keep this item in Part A, so I cannot make too many references at all. I have to confess, I do feel quite torn on this recommendation. I fully accept the need I accept the need for more housing. I accept the need for more social rented housing in particular. There is a shortage of all types of tenures of housing that is needed. And this particular site, it is overdue in terms of it coming forward. And I am keen to see this site developed. So those are the pluses. The minuses is that I believe that we should be consistent with our own local plan that we've passed, that references that we should have 40% affordable housing. And this is a significant site where we would not be consistent with our local plan. And indeed, I would take a similar view. And there have been examples elsewhere in the town where there's been only private housing coming forward and no affordable or social rented housing, and we've been told that's the only way that we can have that new housing. I want this site to be developed, but I want to get it right so that we have a mixed and sustainable community going forward for the people who are going to be living there. And I am concerned that under this arrangement, while I recognise it's a way to get around the water neutrality issue, and that is welcome because that is tricky, but that will not be around forever. And I do want to get this right. I know it's been long enough for this site to come forward, but I do want to make sure that we get it right in the long run and that we have a balanced, good mix of tenure of housing and a balanced and mixed community for this location. And therefore, we won't be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Magali.
Thank you. I am aware of the need for social housing in our town. However, market rate units in mixed income developments can generate more income than necessary to cover costs, with profits filling the gap between income and expenses for affordable units. 100% social housing allocation eliminates this natural financing mechanism that helps sustain affordable housing in the long term. Without market rate units to provide cross-subsidization, this development will become entirely dependent on public funding and subsidies, which may be less sustainable and more vulnerable to budget cuts, something that's becoming the norm. Secondly, mixed income housing is one of two primary mechanisms to ensure diverse and inclusive neighborhoods with people more fully representative of our communities. Research indicates that developments with 100% social housing allocation can face greater stigmatization, which may negatively impact residents, opportunities, and community integration. Mixed income neighborhoods support a more economically diverse group of residents because they exhibit a relatively more balanced mix of owner and renter units and a housing stock that offers opportunities for modest density. This diversity is lost in 100% social housing developments. Mixed developments often attract better commercial services and amenities due to the varied income levels of residents, creating a more vibrant and sustainable communities. Market rate units typically generate higher rental income that can help subsidize maintenance and management costs across the entire development, improving overall quality and sustainability. Historically, experience with concentrated public housing has shown mixed results, with many projects requiring significant intervention or redevelopment over time. Mixed development aligns with contemporary best practices in affordable housing policy, which increasingly favor income integration over concentration. Again, mixed developments can achieve affordable housing goals while creating more sustainable, integrated communities that benefit all residents. Thank you.
Yeah, well done.
Councillor Irving.
I think we could be here all night debating tenure mixes and social housing and communities and so on and so forth. And I rather think that a lot of what's been said actually, I'm disappointed that there's not better support for this, because while I can't go into detail about the scheme, it does seem to me to be an incredibly sustainable proposed development in an absolutely in a part of Crawley which many people would be absolutely delighted to live in. And I think a lot of the arguments being put forward tonight might sound convincing, but actually they're only assertions. They're not backed up with any real evidence. It's just, in my view, a lot of prejudices. If an area is stigmatised, that's more down to the people who are stigmatising it rather than the people who live in it. I live in Broadfield. Broadfield over the years has been stigmatised at times. I don't know why. There's 12,000 people living in Broadfield perfectly harmoniously. And many years ago, it was deemed to be, by, I think it was the Crawley News or the Crawley Observer, the friendliest place in Crawley. So, you know, a lot of it is in the eye of the beholder. And having said that, there is a part in this, a sentence in this, that if it's necessary to consider a revised tenure mix, and that can be done. But, you know, if you think about it, Madam Deputy Mayor, in the days when Harold Macmillan was trying to outdo the Labour Party on how many council houses he was going to build per year, over 1 million, the issue then wasn't tenure mixtures, it was just about getting people housed. And across West Sussex, in virtually every village, there is to either a fairly large or sometimes a fairly small council estate. They weren't worried then about tenure mixtures. They were just worried about getting people housed, and that is my concern. that we get people housed, that we build houses, then that we solve as much as we can our housing emergency.
There are no further speakers. Councillor Jones, do you wish to use your right to reply? Please formally move the recommendation.
Oh, yes, Madam Deputy Mayor, I do want to use my reply on this. Thank you to the members who've made their contributions. I just intrigued by Councillor Crow's comments because I just find it odd that he singles this out. We've had other estates of similar sizes in the past which has been wholly affordable or all council housing. In fact, I'd ideally like to comment further on the comments made by members of the Conservative group, but it would risk revealing the location. But I do regret them failing to support this one. And I would repeat, anyone who is serious about addressing this problem in a practical and effective way, in terms of our housing emergency, how can they argue with this and then start talking about you need a proper mix of private and it's certainly not in some of our other estates. It's certainly not done any damage whatsoever. In fact, let's be frank here. Crawley Newtown, when it was first built, was 100% affordable because they were all council houses, and I don't believe there's been any problem with that. What I would ask is, we will certainly be supporting this wholeheartedly on this side of the chamber in the Labour group, but I would just ask the Conservative group to reflect on how is this consistent with your full support for a very similar number of council houses in Bewbush, all council. So why is it right there in my neighbourhood, but not at the other location? I think it's a fair question, but I formally move, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, that's true. Can I give a point of personal? No.
Well, have I made a personal comment about you, Councillor Crow?
Can you come back on that? No. Sorry, I'm afraid. I will now move to the vote. Can we have a show of hands in favour, please? Thank you. Can we have a show of hands against?
Councillor Burgess, are you voting? I can't see the councillor.
Can we have everyone's hand up in the air, please?
If they want to put it up.
Otherwise, it won't get counted.
Thank you.
Any abstentions?
Thank you. Any abstentions? No? Okay. Right, okay. So it's 23 for, 11 against. So the motion, recommendation's carried. Thank you. We now consider recommendation 4, stock condition survey programme, starting on page 128. Councillor Jones, please introduce this recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Reason I'm moving this recommendation is that we need to get a fuller picture of the stock condition for the whole estate of our council housing. Not just because the regulator thinks we should know, and that is important in itself, but because our 30-year HRA business plan can't develop without knowing how much potentially needs to be financially put into ensuring our existing stock is at a particular acceptable standard. I don't want to give the impression, however, Madam Deputy Mayor, that Crawley Homes hadn't made impressive progress before this date on the stock condition survey. They absolutely had. But we're a large retained council housing provider, and that means there are more to survey than many other local authorities. And our existing Crawley home surveyors have been doing this while also continuing with business as usual. Now, the option being proposed in the recommendation to members will allow us to get this done in as timely a way as possible. We don't have the internal capacity to do it within this shorter time frame, and the way it's been proposed will avoid the risks that this cannot be achieved. So, also, there will be less delay in bringing forward the remaining parts of our council housing programme, which, given this authority's own time restrictions, is also an important consideration. Although, from what we heard in the previous debate, maybe not everyone's in as much of a hurry. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Irvine, I believe you are seconding the recommendation.
Can I speak later if necessary?
Yep.
Thank you.
I will now open it up to debate on the floor. Councillor Crowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The Conservative Group will be supporting this recommendation, but I do want to say, just on the previous item, there was some catcalling going on when members of my group were voting, and I consider that to be out of order, and I don't want to be seeing it again. Thank you.
I didn't hear anything, did you?
That's fine.
Right.
Councillor Mullins.
Councillor Sue Mullins.
Thank you very much. We have a great history in this town of providing good, safe, comfortable homes for people, and we have since 1947. As was mentioned in the earlier debate, this town was absolutely built for people to find good homes to live in after the wreckage of the last war. And it's continued with that history and that legacy ever since. We are still working so hard to provide good homes for our people. We've seen town after town in West Sussex get rid of their council housing stock, move it over to housing associations and other private providers. They don't provide in the way that we do, and we have continued to do. And even under all the difficulties we've had, we've still managed to provide more homes every year as we possibly can, and are still doing that today, as we've just talked about. It's really important that those homes that we have, some of them which are now 60 years old, are kept up to the highest standard possible, the sort of standard we offered in 1947, 1957, 67, and hopefully into the future, into 2027. Therefore, we have to move with the times, make sure our houses are up to the standards that people would expect today, with good insulation, with good heating, with a modern way of bringing our heating forward, with making sure that they are cost effective for the people that move into them. We have so many people on our waiting list, and we have so many people now, nearly 600 families sitting, languishing in temporary accommodation. And when you say temporary accommodation to people, people say, oh, well, they must be all right then, they're in a house or a flat. No, they're not. They're languishing in bed and breakfast, in hotels, in really dire circumstances. And yes, we can all manage in a hotel for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks if we're on holiday. But when you have no end date, no, you might be 6 months, you might be a year, you might be 2 years, waiting and waiting for somewhere to go. It is really comforting for those people to know not only is this council still doing its absolute best to provide homes for these people, but also the homes that we already have that we hope to circulate as they move on and get passed along to different hands, that those houses are come up to the highest standard possible. I am proud of the legacy we have in Crawley for housing our residents, and I hope that we go on to do that in the future. Whatever happens with government reorganisation, we have something to be proud of, and I hope that that continues way into the future under us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mullins. Councillor Burgess.
Well said, Councillor Mullins. The Crawley standard used to be the thing we used to work to, which is supposed to have been higher than the normal standard. And I'm very proud and pleased that we do keep our standard high. We did aim at one point to get stars, if you remember that far back. I think we got 1 star to begin with, which was good. It's okay, I'm not knocking it. And I'm pleased that we are pushing forward our stock condition survey, and no one is denying that it's needed constantly to keep our stock in good condition, because once it slips, it's hard to get that stock back, as we all know. And we quite often, when we see on the television or on news reports about mould in places in other towns and the terrible conditions, I'm pleased that we are the sort of town that looks after our council properties and our families. So I'm pleased about the stock condition survey, and I hope it goes well, and I hope we do keep it up. We used to have to maintain the boilers every year, didn't we? Go around and replace them, I think, do something like that. So yes, I'm for it. Thank you, I think.
Councillor Burgess.
Well done.
Councillor Irving.
I do remember the stars, and I also do remember when Councillor Burgess was Cabinet Member for Housing, but I'll return to that in a minute. I agree with everything that's been said about supporting this this work. Some of our stock predates the formation even of Crawley Urban District Council, which was formed in, I think, 1956, and I believe we inherited housing stock from Horsham Rural Council, Cookfield Rural Council, and possibly Worth Parish Council. So, some of our properties are showing their age, and of course in 1978 we got a huge transfer of stock from the Commission for the New Towns, and even after 44 years of right to buy, we still have a massive, well, not a massive stock, but a large stock of council properties to maintain in Crawley, and this work will help us plan our future maintenance, make sure that we keep all the properties in good condition. It is a massive job, but I'm proud to say that Crawley Homes is getting on with the job and doing it very well. And it should be, in the end, a kind of doomsday book of the council properties that we own. But as I say, I do remember when Councillor Burgess was Cabinet Member for Housing, because I think that was the time when the council was looking to transfer its stock to a housing association. And the difference between our approach and the approach then was that a company was hired that would go to a street and do a stock condition survey of one council property, then extrapolate the condition of all the other properties in the street and beyond based on that one inspection. The difference this time is that we are going to inspect every property, so we really will have a true and accurate record of the condition of our council stock.
Councillor Lanza.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Well, we support the recommendation, but I want to emphasise, I think, that something about the merit of external inspections of council services, and we're going to come on to this later with the corporate peer review or corporate peer challenge, whatever you want to call it. But if we go back to the early 2000s under the Labour government, Crawley Homes was inspected under the then inspection regime, and it was awarded 0 stars, which was the lowest rating, and also uncertain prospects for improvement, again the lowest rating attainable. And then under the Conservatives administration running from 2006, it got lifted to 1 star and better than uncertain prospects for improvement. Still not good, but it does emphasise the value of independent inspection to pass commentary on your services rather than merely relying on the testimony of current cabinet members and leaders and previous cabinet members and leaders. All is not rosy. Let's not be complacent about the service. Let's look out for issues and address them and seek a process of continuous improvement. I don't like this kind of mantra that comes across from the other side that everything is always perfect when they're sitting over there.
Councillor Hilton.
Just in response to your last point, Councillor Lanza,
I think the reason we're using private contractors is to get the work done and to take the pressure off our surveyors, because I think the main point about this work is that you'll save money long term by doing planned maintenance, and in terms of retrofit and energy insulation, etc., we'll know exactly where the problems is, and instead of doing one house at a time, you can do a whole street. So it's a needs must, but it's not a private public thing. It's about getting on with the job and making sure that every 2-3 years the stock condition survey is up to date. And so I thoroughly support the recommendation.
Thank you. Right. There are no further speakers. Councillor Jones, would you formally move the recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I formally move.
Okay. Thank you. Is this agreed, or would you like a vote? Agreed. Thank you. Right. We will consider the recommendation 5, local government reorganisation. This West Sussex. This starts on page 3 of the supplementary agenda. Councillor Jones, please introduce this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Local government reorganisation is complex and difficult, and for reasons that have nothing to do with how we've performed as a council, we're now tasked with working to bring this council to an end and designing what replaces us. But we do not have free rein to decide for ourselves what replaces us. Instead, we're guided by the criteria that the government has set out as it seeks to put the whole sector on a stronger financial footing than previously. As ever, the local government sector and Crawley Borough Council has risen to the challenge that we've been set, despite this being something we might not want to do. We've done our duty and tried to find some workable solutions. Throughout, we've sought to look at all the options that might be available to us so that we could decide which of those options was best for Crawley. This included looking beyond the obvious and seeing what options might emerge if we looked at the problem another way. This resulted in Crawley Borough Council being part of not one, but 2 different conversations about what that future might look like, so that we could bring these back to the residents and the council to take a view on the viable options available. The options to the north, our joint proposal with Reigate and Banstead, has not been taken forward to the consultation stage by the government. We remain perplexed by some of the reasons given, but that is the decision of the government that they have arrived at, and so this option is no longer on the table. We don't welcome that decision, Madam Deputy Mayor, so we won't be supporting the Conservative amendment. And now, today's report, after a huge amount of work, brings forward those options that are currently seen as viable within West Sussex, ahead of the engagement and further development of the evidence base and business case prior to this council deciding on any preference and subsequent proposal to government. Members will see there are 3 alternatives listed, a single county unitary for West Sussex and 2 options for unitaries that would split West Sussex roughly in half. This will go out for engagement with the public tomorrow. It may well be the case, however, that residents here in Crawley Borough look at all 3 alternatives offered and say that they don't want any of them, and some indeed might argue they would be perfectly justified in saying so. What this will do for place and community identity, my fear is it's as poor as the county council it will be supposedly replacing. And without any attempt at hyperbole, I am concerned at the moment that Crawley will come out of this as one of the worst affected areas in the country, as the borough's interests get subsumed to sit below those of the surrounding Sussex market towns. In West Sussex, the government's own criteria and the requirements for financial balance will all require some of our major urban areas to be mixed up with significant amounts of shire districts and rural hinterland. We are being faced with Hobson's choice, and one that I think, if the government presses ahead of this, will be viewed in years as something that did not take our local communities forward. Now, I completely understand the government's difficulties and the strains on public finances inflicted by well over a decade of the previous Conservative government's financial policies that left the country in such a deep hole and neglected local government for many years. But that also means we cannot be silent if and when proposals come forward that also create concerns of their own. The government criteria speaks to creating sensible geographies and meeting local needs. We have a duty as councillors to exercise some critical judgment on what that might entail. We put forward an alternative with Reigate and Banstead that wasn't ideal, but might have made this reorganisation slightly more workable. We were not successful, and although it is not a debate relevant for tonight, some of the reasons for it not proceeding offered by the government were disappointing and did not appear to be consistent with the overall mission to stimulate economic growth, because we will remain with the position where the major economic engine of this region is split between two separate unitary authorities and two different mayors. Members, notwithstanding these concerns, the government has set a timetable with tight deadlines that we are being obliged to follow. There will follow a 4-week engagement period starting tomorrow that will provide the public with an opportunity to comment and express their views. Madam Deputy Mayor, I am a Democrat and support the public's right to participate, and I hope they do so, whatever it is they wish to say on the subject. The challenge then will be to make sure that it is heard and acted upon accordingly. I look forward with an open mind to what comes forward and what the public have to say. Thank you.
Councillor Jones. Councillor Lunnan, I believe you're seconding the recommendation.
Yep,
Do you
I'll
reserve
speak
your-
now.
You
if
speak
that's
now,
Yep.
okay?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Local government reorganisation is, of course, the onward march of our own impending doom here at Crawley Borough Council. So whether I can truly say I'm pleased to introduce this report, I'm not entirely sure. What I am pleased about with this report is that we're finally going to go out to our residents and engage with them on the possible future options. Getting a true understanding of what our residents want and what their feelings are is incredibly important and will help shape our response, and hopefully the government's as well. As we've seen before recently, resident engagement does lead to us changing our views and listening to them and coming to a best solution. So we really do want as many residents as possible to engage in that. I can't be clear on that. Now, there are elements of this engagement that could have been handled better. Do we know as the local councils anything more than what the proposed options will be? No. Have we had any input as councillors as to what those options are? No. Have we had the chance to feed back on those options yet? Not really. It's effectively the choices as determined by the chief executives of the local councils involved. Now, could we have really done anything different with the timelines dictated to us by central government? Again, not really. We've been forced down this route through to the timelines that are forced on us. So the real question is, do we need to be travelling at such a breakneck speed towards the solution, considering we're going to be sitting with it for 50 years? And I think the answer is not really. Nevertheless, if we don't support this recommendation, all we're really doing is saying we don't want to hear from Crawley's residents, which, as I said, we're really quite keen to do so. Now, as to the second part of the recommendation, I'm not at all happy that the option with Reigate and Banstead has been ruled out by the government. As I said at the last full council meeting, I believe this was a good option that we should have been able to put forward to our residents alongside the West Sussex options that we've now got, to give our residents as much choice as possible. And I think it's a great shame, but I certainly don't welcome the fact that that option has been removed, or at least it does provide some clarity. Where I am further concerned with the report is one of the options being put forward, namely that of a West Sussex whole county-wide unitary authority. Now, in principle, I've got nothing against this, or I have my reservations about how this town has been neglected, in effect, by that county council. But my main concern with the option is it's creating a very, very big population base for a unitary authority. It is 50% bigger than the current largest unitary authority in this country. It effectively means that if it is put forward, if it is created, we're effectively becoming an experiment here in West Sussex. Now, what I don't want to see is lots of residents sign up for that option, which they might do and think it's a logical solution, you know, one county-wide unitary authority, and then that's overruled by the government, because the government doesn't actually view it as a practical option. And I just hope that the engagement that is set out does make clear that this is quite an unusual proposal being put forward by the group that have come up with these creations. But, of course, I don't know, because I've not actually seen what the engagement will say yet. Nevertheless, despite what it sounds like, I will be seconding the recommendation and definitely will be opposing the amendment, because we definitely don't welcome the fact that our alternatives with Reigate and Banstead haven't been able to go to the residents to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Lunnan. Right, we have an amendment on this recommendation. This is detailed from page 19 of the supplementary agenda. Councillor Crowe, please introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Now, obviously, I'll speak to the whole recommendation as well. Well, Councillor Lunnan's second, he didn't really seem that much of an endorsement at all, did it? Firstly, I will deal with the amendment that I am proposing. I don't intend to spend too long dwelling on this, but you know, I sat here at a previous meeting and I said to members opposite that this whole Reigate debacle was a distraction from the realistic options, and we have now got those realistic options that will be going forward for a public engagement. There is a sense of irony that it has taken the Labour government to endorse the view of the local Conservative group, and indeed, I believe, a majority of people within Crawley to rule out the Reigate and Banstead option. And so, yes, I do welcome the fact that the government has decided not to take it forward. And even Councillor Lunham did say it does bring forward some, it does provide some clarity. It does help to narrow down and focus those options, apart from all the other very obvious reasons as to why it was never a good fit at all. It really has been a debacle, and unfortunately, in some ways, I fear it sullies the process going forward in the way that members of the public will view the. You know, I hope it doesn't, but I fear that it may, how they may view the engagement exercise. But I too would encourage residents to engage in that exercise. I make the point that the whole issue around unitarisation was not in the Labour Party's manifesto. Devolution was, unitarisation wasn't. And yet it was pretty much one of the first things that they did. And it took a little while, and the white paper came out on the 16th of December. So, you know, we are where we are. In terms of, I'll just quickly touch on devolution as well. That was in the manifesto, and I think we will hear fairly soon and get confirmation that there will be a Sussex mayor. And indeed, you know, there's been a few things online about the contest for the Conservative nominee for Sussex mayor, but I haven't heard yet anything around the Labour nominee for mayor. But given how many times I see the leader in photographs in council press release, I do wonder perhaps whether he may be making his own bid, but obviously for the Labour nomination, but time will tell. But coming back to what we've got before us, I welcome that, and I need to correct Councillor Lunham. It's not, you know, not to embarrass anyone. It's not the chief executives that decide that. It's the leaders of the districts and boroughs and the county council who agreed the option. And it is good, and I welcome the fact that, you know, the different parties, you know, at least three different parties have managed to work together and to come up with these options and do it in a collaborative way, and that I welcome. But could you imagine if only one option had been put forward? Indeed, Councillor Lunham mentioned the size of the whole county unitary that is proposed. And he's wrong, though. It would not be the largest by 50%. There are other councils, such as Birmingham, that are larger in terms of population. Well, Birmingham is a unitary council. Yes, it is. So please don't talk across me, okay? I'm speaking now. So he wasn't quite right there. But could you imagine if only that large option was the only one being put forward? Could you imagine the outrage from the Labour group opposite? And yet, we have a motion from them on this agenda tonight to go with a footprint for what would be the second largest town council in the entire country, and that is the only option that they want to put forward unless they support our amendment tonight on that item. And I raise that because it's very important to be seen in the context of this, where we've had a collaborative approach compared to where we've had no collaboration whatsoever in terms of a town council, collaborative approach across the districts and boroughs and across the parties, and we've come up with three substantive options to put forward for the engagement exercise. I would prefer the whole thing wasn't happening, quite honestly, but at the end of the day, it is the Labour government that has forced this, and it's down to us, and we need to work together on this collaboratively, locally as well, to come up with the best options and to encourage members of the public to engage in the exercise. Thank you.
Councillor Lands, I believe you're seconding the amendment. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak later during the debate?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll speak now because in practice reserving the right is not absolute, is it? So I'd like to second this amendment, and I think congratulations first of all to Jim McMahon MP, who's Minister of State for Local Government and Devolution in the Labour government, for taking the right decision on the Reigate and Banstead proposal. I don't know if it's occurred to members opposite, but there was very limited community support and quite a great deal of community opposition. And it's interesting that Jim McMahon MP seemed to be closer to the true feeling of Crawley residents than some of our elected councillors. It was interesting to listen to the leader, and he had to speak very carefully, I guess, speaking about being guided by government criteria, but Reigate and Banstead joining with Crawley was rejected on those same government criteria. And even the leader observed that the proposal with Reigate and Banstead was not ideal, in quotes, although he seemed to maintain they represented sensible geographies. What was fascinating was how the leader, I don't know, he just about strayed on the right side of the line of not being too critical of his own government. I guess he would have been much more strident if it was a Conservative government which was trying to impose this kind of local government solution, especially when it wasn't in their manifesto, wasn't in the Labour Party manifesto. So he's offered oblique criticism, and he had a real balancing act to observe in his speech. I was pleased not to hear the suggestion that everyone opposite knows best for Crawley, and that's the kind of remark that came out when this was last debated, knowing what's best with Crawley, for Crawley without an evidence base. And of course we saw the perpetuation of the myth by Councillor Lunnan that somehow West Sussex County Council neglects Crawley, when Crawley, in combination with West Sussex, has the largest growth programme and the most advanced growth programme to boost the economy throughout West Sussex. But going back to the reasoning, Jim McMahon MP gave ample reasoning for rejecting Reigate and Banstead, which wouldn't have been supported by our community. There weren't the huge economic benefits. The population base was too small at 275,000 for a new unitary authority. You're required to have a population base of 500,000. Community of interest, the council's own report at the previous meeting discussing Reigate and Banstead observed that over the past 12 months, only 6% of people from that part of the world came to Crawley town centre for their shopping. So not much of a community of interest in reality. No, what would have happened if we joined up with Reigate and Banstead, we would, to coin the name of a television series, we would have created something that could have been called the Odd Couple. And that would have been the result of it. That's why it's right to welcome this in the interests of Crawley people, who were surely aghast at the prospect of joining with Reigate and Banstead. And I do believe that in reality the feeling was mutual. So this is something that a government minister has got right, and we welcome it, hence this amendment.
Right. I will now open up to debate from the floor. Councillor Sue Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm quite surprised that members on the opposite side say that they know precisely how all the people of Crawley think and believe, and then accuse us of making up our minds as to what the people of Crawley think and believe. There seems to be a bit of a mixed message going on here. On this side of the thing, all we want to do, none of us are happy with the proposals that are going forward. And as you said, Councillor Crowe and Councillor Lanza, you're not very happy with it either, but you want to make the best of a bad job. That goes for the people on this side as well. None of us are happy with the proposals, but what we want to be able to do is to give our residents the widest possible choice possible. And that means not just looking in one direction, but looking in lots of directions and seeing what would be the best mix in what is a bad scenario, what is the best thing we can do for our residents. And the best thing we can do for our residents is to give them choices. And unfortunately, one of those choices has been cut off. And it's not good enough to say we can only look south. You made the comment that people from Reigate and Banstead don't come into Crawley and don't come shopping in Crawley or visit K2 or visit the Horse. I would take an argument with that, because I don't believe that's true, because we have such fantastic facilities here that people come from all over the place to use them. Now, we could also say that people from Crawley don't particularly go shopping in Chichester. There's not a lot to offer for the people in Crawley by going to Chichester. And people from Crawley probably do go to the theatre in Chichester too. Not a lot, but some do. There's cross-fertilisation between all towns. And therefore, it would be a great thing for our residents to be able to look at all the possibilities and to have it put forward in a measured, proper way. Not just say, oh my God, you cannot be part of Surrey. Oh, well, you mustn't cross the line. You might catch something if you cross over. That is ridiculous. You know, lines change, boundaries change, conglomerations change. Crawley didn't exist at one point. Now it does and has done for a long time. We talked earlier about legacy and history. They are really important to the people of Crawley. If you go out and talk to people in Crawley now, their biggest concern is they're going to lose the centre of Crawley to somebody else's control. Somebody else may control K2. Somebody else will control the Horth. Somebody else may control our fabulous parks and gardens. Somebody said to me at a meeting yesterday, oh, we don't have facilities like that down in Worthing. We don't have facilities like that in Horsham. We are unique in Crawley in the facilities we have provided for our residents. They are really precious and we need to protect those, not just for us, but not just for the council, but for the people who live in Crawley. So when you say you're speaking for Crawley, you're not. Are we speaking for Crawley? We're not. What we want to do is to give the people of Crawley choices, properly understood choices, not, you know, knee-jerk reactions. That is not the way forward. And I wish you would not do it on your side of the chamber.
There are no further speakers. Councillor Jones, do you wish to use your right to reply? Please formally move the recommendation.
Oh, I think so. I think so, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Lunnon, just dealing with it, hopefully in order. I mean, Councillor Lunnon is right to say that the timelines are short, perhaps too short, for the scale and the significance of the decisions that we're having to make. I would just say, though, that our senior leadership, both chief executives and council leaders, to give us some due, have worked hard to look at all the conceivable alternatives, but the government's criteria does almost draw the boundaries in West Sussex's situation, at least. Just dealing with the comments from Councillor Crowe and the collaborative approach, it's a rare outing for his sense of humour, if that's a description of what's been going on. And also, Councillor Lanza made some fairly unsubstantiated claims that Sussex was universally popular and the other joint proposal wasn't. As far as I could tell from when I was listening, he just said he knows best for Crawley, which he was accusing us of, which seems a little ironic. I need to remind him that it appears that this was the report that we put forward to government was a cross-party submission with Reigate and Banstead, with his Conservative colleagues there. I can say personally that I was approached by plenty of residents locally who said that they thought it was a good idea that was worth exploring for all the reasons we outlined at the time. Others disagreed on social media, not all of them sock puppet accounts from politically motivated individuals, but I would just say to some members of the Conservative group, you can gloat all you like on this decision, but listening to the two Conservative group speakers who've spoken this debate, I think the problem here is that some of the county councillors who also sit on this authority are allowing their other interests to potentially cloud their judgment on what is the right decision for this town. We are not at the end of the process, so expressing a preference for a single entity without all of the supporting data and information is not satisfactory. And I have to say, it is disappointing that the West Sussex Conservatives are doing so through their leader of the council, Paul Marshall. He put out a unilateral statement even before the engagement agreed expressing support for single unitary, and that's disappointing, not least of which because it's not based on any objective figures yet. They are still being worked out. So I think there's not much more to say. I think hopefully we're all agreed on the principle that now we have the opportunity and the time. It is now right to go out to the public and get their views on what are the alternatives. But as I said earlier on with the comments I made, we are not in a position where I can enthusiastically endorse any of the options in the way that Councillor Marshall appears to have found quite easy to do. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I formally move.
Councillor Crowe.
Point of personal explanation that Councillor Lanza and myself did not express any preference for any of the three options that are presented, and Councillor Jones inferred that we did, and also that we are somehow acting in a different capacity here, and I to the one that we are as elected Crawley Borough Councillors, and I personally take deep exception to that, and I'm sure Bob does as well. You know, we act solely in our interest at Crawley Borough Council when we are sat here in this chamber. I wish to request a recorded vote solely on the amendment, please.
Station 5, Local Government Reorganisation, West Sussex, as set out detailed on page 19 of the order paper. And a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to be clear, we're voting on the amendment. Councillor Abu Musa. Councillor Adney. Councillor Ashraf. Councillor Ayling. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Belbin. Councillor Bidwell. Councillor Burgess. Councillor Burke. Councillor Bushnell. Councillor Cheriton. Councillor Crowe. Councillor Hart. Councillor Hellier. Sorry, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Irvine. Councillor Jaggard. Councillor Jones. Councillor Imtiaz Khan. Councillor Kieran Khan. Councillor Yasmin Khan. Councillor Lanza. Councillor Lunnon. Councillor Chris Mullins. Councillor Sue Mullins. Councillor Ungali. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Noyce. Councillor Patel. Councillor Pritchard. Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Rana. Councillor Russell. Councillor Yanni. So we have 11 for, 23 against, and no abstentions. The amendment falls.
We will now consider the recommendation 6, appointment of the oh, sorry, have I gone? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I've jumped to page.
Now we're here.
Right. Okay. I will now call for a vote on the substantive recommendation 5, local government reorganisation, West Sussex. Did you want a recorded vote? Yeah.
Is that agreed?
Yeah. Agreed. Is that agreed? Okay. Right. So now I'm on here. I'm on the right place. Right. Right, we'll consider the recommendation 6, appointment of independent person, starting on page 131. Councillor Lanham, please introduce this recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll try and be as quick as possible, of course. We've obviously been going on a while and we've got a large agenda. Independent people are an absolutely essential part of our functioning as a council, and we are very lucky in Crawley that we have two very dedicated and impressive independent people. And I'll keep trying to butter them up as long as possible because it is important we keep them going. Without them, we would not be able to have an effective complaints process, and also there'd be no trust in the fact that what we're doing is seen as effective and good governance. Mr. Russell Brown has been an independent person for a while at Crawley Borough Council. Interestingly, he still wants to do it for longer, despite having to listen to us all this evening. So I think we should be taking this nomination and grabbing it with both hands. He does have other interests. He does play football. He's interested in other public bodies and supporting their governance processes. So if we didn't choose to take this opportunity, he would have other things to do with his time. He's not just here out of boredom. So I really do wish that everybody would support this motion and thank him for putting himself forward. I request that everybody support this recommendation that we reappoint Mr. Russell Brown, and just to note that we're having a slightly longer term than usual, I think, just to make sure he sees us through to the end of our council life. Thank you.
Councillor Lunnan. Councillor Burke, I believe you're seconding the recommendation.
Yeah, I will second. I've got nothing to add to Councillor Lunnan's remarks other than to pass on our thanks and best wishes to Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Right. I will now open it up for a debate on the floor, from the floor. Councillor Burgess.
I just want to say a huge thank you, because I think it sits there every time, and I think it was, you know, I've always seen him there. I've never seen the chair empty, so I think a big thank you.
No? Okay. There was no further speakers. Councillor Lunnan, please, will you formally move the recommendation?
I formally move.
Okay, thank you. Is that agreed? Thank you. We will now consider the recommendation 7, appointment of the independent member, Audit Committee. This starts on page 133. Councillor Kieran Khan, would you introduce the recommendation, please?
First of all, before I get into this, I would like to thank our previous independent member, Amasa Ulhak, who served our committee very well. I've been the chair of the committee for the last year and a bit, and I did notice his passion for the committee, so thank you for that. So now moving on to the actual recommendation. So the current term of the independent member had expired, so the council then put on a recruitment process, and on the recruitment process they have recommended that we appoint Catherine Earhart to the committee, and she is a very experienced financial professional. She was formerly the head of finance at West Sussex County Council, having serving as the section 151 financial officer. So she brings a lot of wealth and experience of local government, and she is still very keen to try and make her difference in local government. And she has also served as an independent member for the Tarridge and District Council too, so she's very experienced. So I would please ask the council to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Right, Councillor Belbin, I believe you are seconded the recommendation.
Yes, I formally second.
I will now open it up to the floor for debate. No, nobody speaking? That's good. There are no further speakers. Councillor Kieran Khan, would you please formally move the recommendation?
Move the recommendation. Thank you.
Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Notice for motion. We now deal with the first notice of motion before us this evening. This is set out on page 135 of the agenda. Notice of motion 1, establishing a community governance review to investigate Crawley Town Council. This motion will be moved by Councillor Jones and seconded by Sue Mullins. Councillor Jones, please formally move and present the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We know from our previous debate on local government reorganisation that we stand at a time of transition here in Crawley through our own choice or otherwise. Ever since 1956, when the parish of Crawley was made an urban district, residents of Crawley have always had the council that looks after their interests and only their interests. From the 1st of April 2028, this will no longer be the case. This town of 120,000 people, with the largest economy in West Sussex, will instead sit within a new unitary council covering a much wider geographic area. Whilst we do not yet know what that geography will be, we do know that the focus upon Crawley will be diluted from what exists now. And we know that Crawley is different from what surrounds us in West Sussex. We are a new town, not a market town, a village or a coastal town. Our needs, our population, our design, our assets, our services, and our very function are different. There is a real risk that in a bigger council this is not fully understood and then reduces the assets and services available to residents. We therefore think there is a strong argument to hold a discussion about whether there is merit in establishing a town council for Crawley. It would maintain a representative local authority that exists only to serve the people of Crawley, a body that understands what makes a new town work and seek to ensure not only that it's maintained, but it is built upon for future generations. It would also have the ability to deliver non-statutory services and assets that residents cherish, protecting these for future generations. And it could lobby strongly on behalf of the interest of the town. Councillors, it would be strange indeed if Horsham were to get a town council, but the largest town in West Sussex was not to have the same representation. After all, before 1956, Crawley was a rural parish located within the larger Horsham rural district, and this would be re-establishing something that was there previously. I should stress, however, that by supporting the motion and having a community governance review, that doesn't commit us to anything at this point. But it will allow us as councillors to get into a position where we have comprehensive evidence to come to an informed decision. If the evidence doesn't support it, we don't have to do it. Do we want to continue the tradition of having town mayors? Do we wish to have that focus on community that a wider, more strategic local authority just cannot provide as effectively? This isn't a waste of money. It's about protecting our communities, celebrating them and giving them the focus on place that they deserve. It's about exploring whether we could establish a body that can keep alive that ethos, representation and the assets that you don't get in other areas. In areas with parishes, I've seen them do this valuable work on community engagement. While we had the borough, we could replicate that, but once it is gone, I'm yet to be convinced that a large unity authority would do this well. And I speak with the knowledge of sitting on one of the county local committees, so I feel a level of certainty on that. The written question from Councillor Crowe raised a lot of questions, and no doubt these will be repeated in the course of the debate, despite the answers being there in writing, but let me try and anticipate some of that. Some of the answers being asked for aren't there yet. How could they be? We haven't had the community governance review yet, which could give those answers. The intention would be, at least my intention, would be to use the existing staff part-time to conduct the review rather than hiring externally, to use online surveys, the council website and social media as the primary methods of consultation. If hard copies were required for the digitally excluded, we could use Crawley Live, which is already delivered to people's homes at no extra cost to the council. All of this, in my judgment, would ensure the costs of a community governance review would not be substantial. Some of the questions seem to ask us to predict what newly elected town councillors might do. Well, the answer to that is that would be up to them, as they would be a separate authority to ours, once created entirely independent. Then there are questions about how much an election and poll would cost. Well, if they were held at the same time as a borough council election or a county council election, remember those, or a shadow unitary election, then the expense would be minimal. The elections for the other body would be going ahead anyway, and this would be merely the printing costs of an additional ballot paper. Madam Deputy Mayor, this motion has been put forward tonight to give councillors a chance to consider and debate this issue. I understand as well that it is recommended as good practice by the government, no less, that principal local authorities like ours hold a community governance review at least every 10 to 15 years. Although I am unaware that Crawley Borough Council, under any party, has ever held one. If that is true, one is undoubtedly due now. Thank you.
Councillor Sue Mullins, please will you second the motion? The motion, rather. Do you wish to speak now or during the debate?
Yes, I'm seconding the motion and I reserve my right to further in the debate.
We have 3 amendments on this notice of motion, and they are all contained within the supplementary agenda. Amendments 1, 2 and 3 are on page 21, 23, 25 respectively. Councillor Crowe, I believe you are moving all 3 amendments, and I understand that you are going to introduce all of them together in one speech. Please introduce your amendments.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yes, I formally move amendments 1, 2 and 3, and I will speak to them in turn, but I just want to make some general comments first. Firstly, on the item on local government reorganisation, I talked about the collaborative approach between the leaders of the districts and boroughs and the county council, cross-party, and I referenced a question, one of the questions, question 6, to the leader, around what party discussions, cross-party discussions take place, and the answer says no. It says they doesn't have to be. You know, I am unhappy that a motion is being used to bring forward this mechanism. So that has got my backup, because it isn't collaborative. We're not able to, and I was hoping to get some information by submitting those written questions, but unfortunately very little information seems to be coming forward. And we're told, well, it will all come forward through the community governance review. But there's a big difference between that review and who makes the decision and what's happening with local government reorganisation. That will be made by the government. The government will decide, and people can have various amounts of influence on them, but it's a very different beast. It's going to be members opposite who decide whether this town has a town council or not. And I suspect that the review is going to say whatever they want to hear, but we'll have to wait and see on that. But you know, we heard earlier Councillor Jones saying he was a Democrat, and we heard Councillor Sue Mullins talk about giving people choice. And so, and I'll come to that in a moment on my second amendment, but we have no choice here. We have one predetermined option, or that's it. And earlier we heard Councillor London going on about the size of one of the option A in local government reorganisation, you know, 900,000 population. And yes, it would be one of the largest unitary councils in the country. If you don't count Metz as unitary, yes, it would be. But this predetermined it would be in as much as the boundaries as to whether we have one or more town councils or parish councils in Crawley would be the second, 120,000 population, would be the second largest town council in the entire country. Only Northampton would have more at 137. And then the next largest is Sutton Coldfield at 96,000. So I think it just automatically say it should be that one option is wrong. Now, let's just look at the amendments. So Amendment 1, we don't yet know what the new geographical boundaries are going to be of our new unitary authority. If it is, and I forget which one it is now, if it is the Crawley, Horsham and Mid-Sussex option that prevails, then all of a sudden, one town council covering 25% roughly of the population of that new unitary authority looks very disproportionate to all the other town and parish councils that would exist within that unitary authority. But if it was a whole county unitary that prevails, then it would not look quite as out of kilter given the scales. But we don't know what that scale is. So Amendment 1 seeks to have a short delay until we actually know what the new boundaries of our unitary authority are going to be. And then option 2 is about giving people choice and just not consulting on just one option. You know, Councillor Sue Mullins was talking about that earlier. It was good that we consulted on more options, but here it's a Crawley Town Council or nothing. Well, you know, maybe the Ifield Society might want to talk about an Ifield Parish Council, for example. Maybe Maidenbower and Worth and Pound Hill might want to have their own parish council. I don't know, but let's ask the question. Let's see if there is scope for more than one parish council within Crawley. Let's not automatically predetermine it. It may well be that one town council is what the people want, and that's the best option. And if that's the case, then that's fine. But let's put that to the test by having more than one option. And then finally, Councillor Jones, the great Democrat, well, let's see what the people of Crawley really think, and let's be honest with them about what a new town council will mean for them. Let's talk about the pluses, let's talk about the minuses, and therefore let's have a binding referendum. And he talked about the cost of elections not costing very much if they're at the same time as other ones. Well, that also applies to a referendum. So you can't use that excuse to say, well, a referendum would cost too much. So he hasn't talked about the amendments at all in his opening speech. So maybe he might be supportive. I don't know, but I would really hope that members opposite could support the three amendments, because it gives more openness, more choice, and it helps us to have a greater understanding with option one. So please do support all three amendments.
Councillor Lanza, I believe you are seconding all the amendments. Do you wish to speak now or during the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak now.
Okay.
So, referring first of all then to Amendment 1, we're asked to task the Governance Committee quite logically with a community governance review. But fundamentally, this is premature if it were to be initiated now, and this amendment seeks to avoid prematurity, because as Councillor Crowe has said, it is clear that there's a huge dependency on the deliberations of the Governance Committee with the boundaries of the unitary authorities once they are determined. If we start the review immediately, some of the reasoning and some of the assumptions that we're making could be proved to be invalid quite quickly when the government determines what the unitary authority boundaries will actually be. So it makes absolute sense to wait until that information is known. On Amendment 2, it is a bit limiting to only conduct a review which refers to a town council. You do need to give other options. When you look at the population base in some of the neighbourhoods, if not all of the neighbourhoods, it would be possible for communities within them to make a case for a parish council, given the size of other parish councils within England in terms of their population base. And finally, on the referendum, I do think we need to ask people, we need to construct an impartial question set to put to the people of Crawley so that they can express their views on this most important matter. And I do very much sympathise with the view, the basic view, that there's a strong case for having something between a unitary local authority and a town like Crawley. I don't think you can just have a vacuum of decision making. I think the town needs to be represented in some kind of way, but that might not be, it might not be, through a town council only. So you need to keep those options open and put them to the citizens of Crawley to get their view. One thing that will happen is that there'll be some simplification, I believe, in the way council tax is determined. And this is a big factor for people. Any consultation needs to reference the likely impact on council tax. But I want to illustrate the apparent simplification that might occur by referring to East Sussex briefly. Because if you're in East Sussex right now, you get a bill potentially in 5 parts, one from the East Sussex County Council, another from the Police and Crime Commissioner, another from the East Sussex Fire and Rescue Service, another from your district or borough, and another from your town or parish. You've got a 5-element bill, whereas we might look forward to just having a mayoral precept, a unitary council precept, and a town or parish precept, which is the subject of this debate today. But it is of great importance to people that when we ask them the question, they need to understand the potential value for money or otherwise that they're getting in terms of service delivery from creating a layer of government. But I do see the case for having some layer of government between Unitary and between Crawley and between Unitary and Horsham, for that matter. But you've got to afford people the choice, which so many members opposite referred to when we debated local government reorganisation most recently at a full council. If you believe in choice, I think you've got to believe in Amendment 2 and Amendment 3 in particular. And if you believe in common sense of not prematurely conducting review, you've also got to believe in Amendment 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lanza. I will now open up the floor for debate. Councillor Hilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I won't be speaking to the amendments, but I do wish to speak in favour of the motion to investigate a community governance review to a Crawley Town Council. If I've learned anything about Crawley residents over the last year since being elected, particularly from our lively community Facebook groups, is that people in our borough like to be consulted and listened to. And this motion does both. In the short term, by listening to their views through the various stages of the community governance review, and in the long term, by electing a town council of community-minded champions in our town to give them a voice on a whole range of issues, from planning matters to litter, graffiti and play areas. In terms of local government organisation, there's obviously still uncertainty on where Crawley will end up, but there is some certainty that change is on the horizon. Therefore, the issue in relation to this motion is the start of the community governance review is one of timing. Do we want to start it now to enable residents to have a say sooner rather than later, or do we let it drift and let others take the reins up when other changes are done and dusted? Based on experience of council areas that were reorganised as unitary authorities in Northamptonshire as recently as 2021, the answer is yes. When new town councils were set up throughout the county, one of those town councils set up was Colby, a new town like ourselves that was set up as a result of a community governance review carried out by the former Colby Borough Council. And it seems relevant to this debate that the key project for the Crawley Town Council in 2025 has been to invite views from local residents on how to mark their 75th anniversary of designation as a new town, because one of the undoubted benefits of a Crawley Town Council will that it be a voice for civic identity of the new town developed over many decades, which will be important to retain as we move to new challenges. More importantly, there's a risk of a democratic deficit for Crawley people once we became a part of a larger council area if we don't start the ball rolling now to commence the community governance review. Even under the existing two-tier system, most mid-sized towns in West Sussex, such as Bognor, Littlehampton, Howth Heath and East Grinstead, already have town councils that by all accounts work to the benefit of local residents. In recent years, towns as large as Sutton Coldfield and Northampton, as Councillor Crowe has mentioned, have formed town councils. So it's feasible for Crawley to have one too. And I'm sure as local government reorganisation goes national, i.e. England and Wales, I'm sure there'll be other towns of similar populations to Crawley applying for community governance reviews. At present, residents may not always agree with what their council does or doesn't do, but at least they deserve a voice to help shape the future of the town going forward. And supporting this motion goes a small but important way of achieving that. I support the motion.
As the meeting has not been completed within the 2.5 hours, I will put it to a vote whether the council wishes to continue for another 30 minutes. Can I have a show of hands for all those in favour of extending the meeting? I think it's... Is it... Right, is it, and all those against? Okay. So it's carried. Thank you.
Okay, so it's Councillor Jaggard next.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Jaggard.
Sorry, that took you across me.
That's fine.
That's okay.
Shall I? Yeah, okay. So The local government reorganisation apparently is driven by the desire to create more effective and efficient local authorities through the creation of large unitary authorities. And the aim is to reduce duplication and make savings, and it's been driven by central government, as we've heard. Therefore, I cannot see any logic in disbanding Crawley Borough Council only to establish Crawley Town Council on exactly the same footprint, with no thought for the timescale, cost or duplications. Putting in a new additional level of administration and all the additional costs to residents will be confusing. Looking at this motion, it notes that parish councils, where they already exist, can play an important role in maintaining the focus of a place, and they can build a closer relationship with residents. Indeed, some nearby local authorities do have small parish councils. Maidenbower and Pound Hill, for instance, is in the ancient parish of Worth. St Nicholas's Church, probably the oldest church in England, is our parish church. It's often called Worth Church. It's in Maidenbower. Now, there is already a Worth Parish Council, fully established in mid-Sussex. Would Maidenbower and Worth neighbourhoods be absorbed back into this parish, where they used to be? I don't know.
Carry on.
I do know that residents on the other side of the M25 pay an additional £80 a year for a Band D property to this parish council. Ifield is another ancient parish. In fact, there's an exhibition in Crawley Museum last month showing the historic boundary of Ifield parish, which extends west into Faygate. It has St Margaret's Church at its centre. Could Ifield potentially have its own parish council, as it used to have? When Crawley Borough Council is disbanded, the current boundaries will go. It could be that residents would rather have their own smaller, historic parish councils. They may not want a large town council with all the additional costs that would bring. We just don't know enough at this stage. We don't have any details of what our future will be, the size, shape of any unitary authority, nor what the costs will be for residents. Therefore think it's rather presumptive of Crawley Borough Council to be suggesting anything at this stage without knowing what boundaries may be in place, what other parishes may already be in place, what the cost to residents will be, and most importantly, what the residents may actually want. Our amendments, particularly the third one, addresses these issues, potentially giving residents the choices that Councillor Sue Mullins advocated earlier, but it waits for the facts to emerge and has residents' views at the centre of any decision making going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would like to say a few words of support to the motion, and I may pick up on some of the amendments that have been suggested. I am in full support of making sure there is a continued voice for Crawley. And I want to make sure that that the town of Crawley and the value of that community is not lost. I will speak a little bit about the value of community. Now, compared to many people in this hall, I am a bit of a Johnny-come-lately to Crawley. And I won't pretend it wasn't with some trepidation that my family and I moved down to Crawley 6-7 years ago, having spent 30 years living in very vibrant and diverse communities in Tooting and Streatham. I've now realised that perhaps that trepidation was misplaced because Crawley is a wonderful place to live in. And one of the things that makes Crawley such a wonderful place to live in is that it has a voice. And I think that is incredibly important. As a child and as a young man, I was actually brought up in Somerset, and there I also saw the value of having a voice, having been brought up first in a village, but then in Weston-super-Mare. And I'll come back to Weston-super-Mare in a moment. My big concern here is hearing some of what's been spoken is that there is the possibility of the voice of Crawley being lost in a large unitary authority, and that some of the suggestions that have been made here is to see the atomisation of that voice, to see Crawley broken down. We will speak loudest for the people in the community of Crawley if we have a town council. Now, Crawley is unique in West Sussex, and you all know that. And I'll speak personally. I am afeared that the voice of Crawley will be lost in the local government reorganisation. I'm worried that democracy, and this is something that's been said to me by probably the most important and valuable voice in my house, my wife, that there's a fear that democracy will be removed away from people. Now, if we establish a town council, then it means that there will be a voice for the needs and the people of Crawley. Knowing about town council, knowing and heard about other town councils, and I'll come back to Weston-super-Mare now, looking into that, I then discovered that I had an old friend from sixth form who sits on that council. So I've spoken with him, and he has spoken incredibly eloquently about the value to Weston-super-Mare of having that town council. It's not phenomenally expensive. It's not something that costs the people huge amounts of money, but it does create representation. It does create a voice for Weston-super-Mare within that unitary authority. And I would hate to see Crawley and its history and its heritage be lost, and the voice of Crawley to be lost to a faraway decision-making centre. I'd like to see us crack on and start making a decision, and start investigating, not make decisions, and forgive me, but start investigating and finding out what the possibilities are. If we kick this into the long grass, it'll take longer and longer and longer, and we'll end up with rushed decisions. So let's start making the investigations now. I want to see Crawley have a voice for the town. I want to see its citizens represented in a loud way that means unitary authorities will hear. And I don't want just distant decisions to be made in a faraway place from our town to be not properly represented, but to have that voice so that voice can be shouted loud enough that the distant unitary authority can hear us. So I will support the motion, but I'm afraid I can't support the amendments. Thank you.
Councillor Nawaz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would like to support this motion and speak about the importance of local democracy and the need to safeguard Crawley's voice in light of the wider changes being proposed across local government. A lot has been said on both sides today. We all are aware with the government's direction of travel, a move toward fewer larger unitary authorities through the merger of boroughs and district councils. While the stated aim may be streamlining the governance and finances, we must not ignore the significant risks it poses, a weakening of local representation and a dilution of decision-making at the community level. Crawley is a unique town, we all know that. Proudly self-contained, economically dynamic, we heard already is the largest economy in the West Sussex and socially diverse. Our residents expect a decision about Crawley to be made in Crawley, by Crawley, for Crawley, by people who understand our identity of Newtown, our priorities and our needs. But in a larger unity authority, the identity could easily be overshadowed. The local responsiveness and accountability we have worked so hard to build may become harder to sustain. That's why I believe now is the right time to enable a community governance review, not to make any predetermined decisions, but to explore our options and ensure that Crawley retains a strong and independent voice. A community governance review would give us a formal and transparent process to consider whether establishing a town council for Crawley would help promote local democracy, protect community services, and maintain resident engagement. It would allow officers to assess the feasibility, consult the public. We heard about democracy a lot. We talk about the other side of the chamber, giving people voices. So we consult the public and provide an evidence-based recommendation. Let me be very, very clear. This is not a proposal to create a new council today or new town council today. It's a proposal to start the conversation, to plan ahead, not wait until decisions are made for us, and to make sure that we are prepared to protect what makes Crawley work. Let's be forward-thinking. Let's empower our officers to explore the possibilities. And most importantly, let's involve our residents in shaping the future of local governance in Crawley. I think it is the time now to have that community governance review, not to wait for longer. I support the motion, not the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Mullins.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm some of what I was going to say has been said, but I've got some other things to say, so it's not too short here. I look over at my Conservative colleagues over there. Many I've known for many years, and they're just convincing me how backward they look. What lacking in vision that they've got, what lacking of imagination that they've got about what the future could look like. Yet we all agree that we don't want to be in this situation. None of us wanted to be there. And I personally am very disappointed that a Labour government has put us in that position. And I find that very hard to accept. But nevertheless, we are in a situation where this town was built by people, by pioneers that mostly came from London at the time, who came out of the war zones in London into houses down here. And they had the vision, the foresight, the imagination to go forward and build this town and to create the many football fields we got, the sports centres, the theatre, the K2, I mean, from the old leisure site. I mean, all the things that they had the vision to do are all the things that are precious in this town, all the things that the people of Crawley love. Going to Tilgate Park, you know, that park you was going to privatise a while ago, you know, when you wanted to get that big family, what's that place? Drusilla's in there and charge people about 50 quid a day to go in there. That's what you wanted to do. That's the sort of visions you've got, pure profit and greed. Quite honestly, this town has been built on involving its people. It's been built on giving people facilities, outlets, enjoyment, in being able to be in a very busy industrial town, but also to be in a garden city, because this is a garden city. This week we went round and visited all of our green flag parks, and we realised how beautiful Crawley is and how wonderful it is. That it's what we've created here as Crawley people. It wasn't created by Chichester Tories, it was created by Crawley people. And sometimes with Tories, a lot of the time with Tory support on our council. We created this town together. And I'm disappointed, really, that the Conservative side here is so adamant that it doesn't want us to take a strong position. Because if we don't do this, if we don't take a position on wanting to go forward and form our own town council, we'll be lagging. We'll be finding out that we've got other things forced on us which we don't want. This is an opportunity for us to make our statement, to say, OK, we realise that we can't stay where we are now, but this is what we want. This is what we want as a council on behalf of the people of Crawley. And I'm very convinced that the people of Crawley would want to stay together in unity. We have an amazing multicultural town where we've built institutions and organisations that bring us all together. They're very important. If you fragment into a parish council of Worth, a parish council of Three Bridges, a parish council of Ifield, what on earth are you thinking? Where are your minds going? Honestly, I find that incredible thinking, or really old-fashioned thinking of some little tiny village. Are you all going to get pigs and cows again? And, you know, what are you going to do? Good God, I just don't know where you're coming from. We are a town with an international airport. As people have said, we've got the best economy in the whole of Sussex. This is a town to be proud of. It's a town to stand up and fight for. It's not a town to walk away from. There's no way that we can do that. This outline to build a town council is a start. It's a statement. We have made our position quite clear. We want to stay in unity together as Crawley Town Council with some guts and say, and not cowardly snivelling away at parish councils. Sorry about that, but that's where you're coming from.
Right. Councillor Sue Mullins.
Oh, what? I'm here. Oh, follow that. Okay. As it's been said so many times... Oh, sorry, somebody got their hand up? Councillor Belbin had a hand up. Yes.
Oh, she wants to speak before you.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Thank you. You've repeatedly tonight talked about choice and given our residents choice. And yet here we are proposing not only giving our residents choice, but giving them a voice, giving them a referendum on something that you're trying to say we should have a review on. I'm afraid I am gobsmacked at your hypocrisy, at saying, you know, our amendments, you're not going to vote for them, because what we're saying is we want to listen. We want to find out what the people of Crawley want, not impose anything on them. And I'm staggered that you will not support the amendment for a referendum, because if you believe that Crawley people truly believe that you have been God and created everything good in Crawley, then they will support you in your referendum and want a town council. But you cannot sit there and say we want to give the people choice when you vote. So that is all I want to say. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Mullins. Is there anyone else? Sorry. Is there anyone else? Councillor Khan.
Thank you, and Deputy Mayor. I'd just like to say that I've heard, obviously, the amendments we're proposing and from your position. The only thing I just want to make a point is we're just saying this is a bit premature and we just want people of Crawley to have a referendum and have a vote. That's basically what we want. So we agree with you that people should have a voice, but there's nothing wrong in having a referendum on this issue. Give people a choice of whether this is something they want. The second thing is, to me, you're saying we're not futuristic, we can't see the future. The Labour government has brought this about. We're having to deal with this, and unfortunately, that's the future we face. The future is going to be a unitary, basically, council. And what doesn't make sense to me personally is Crawley Borough Council disbanding and then a new council being put in place. At the end of the day, this looks like you guys are more scared of the future rather than us. Yes. So thank you very much.
No more. Councillor Sue Mullins, if you'd like to...
Thank you very much. As has been said so many times now, Crawley is unique. It's not only unique, but we also have a responsibility to the uniqueness of this town to make sure that it isn't swallowed up and lost. We have a lot of responsibility as a council, as councillors, to make sure that our people... We have talked about choice all evening, and this is just another layer of choice. This is really important for us. We have things that we need to think about. They were listed earlier about do we still want to have a mayor? What's our community? What's our place? What's our engagement? What options and choices are there? What statutory services will be reserved still for this town to carry out? We are a town of 120,000 people with an enormous amount going on within this town, which cannot all be swallowed up within a unitary authority. There's going to be stuff that will be left behind that a town council will need to carry out. And today I was visiting with the ambassadors of Crawley. There were 30 turned up at the meeting I was at. There are actually 190 ambassadors that represent different organisations in Crawley that are signed up to the Crawley Borough Council, that talk to the Crawley Borough Council, who communicate with each other. There cannot be another town in the whole of West Sussex that has 190 organisations all working for the residents of Crawley. Now, Councillor Crowe seems to want to go back in time. Now, I seem to remember there was talk once before about old ladies going to church on their bicycles, and we seem to be going back to that sort of conversation again, and let's get back to have a nice little carriage council. And then Councillor Jaggard may broaden that out a little bit more. Or we've got Worth Parish Council. They could bring in Maidenbower and Pound Hill into that. Now, Maidenbower didn't exist when Worth Parish Council came into being. It's a part of Crawley. I know you like to call it the Maidenbough village, but it is part of Crawley, a very important part of Crawley, and plays a great part within Crawley. You want to draw lines across Crawley. How are you going to divide it up? Should we go this way, that way, that way? Which way would suit everybody? At the moment, we have a fantastic community. When we talk about 190 organisations with ambassadors that come together to talk to each other, that shows the strength of the community of Crawley. Crawley has a very unique responsibility to stay together as a group and make sure we represent. Councillor Lanza talked about our thinking being premature. This whole what we're going through at the moment, it's not just premature, it's rushed, it's quick, it's all moving far too fast. If we don't think now and have a bit of vision, I was talked about, what visions have we got for Crawley for its future? Not going back to old ladies on bicycles going to church and just popping down to the parish council to have a little chat about who left a bit of litter on the broken case. Oh, anyway, that's a... I can't be bothered to talk about it, it's just nonsense. Councillor Russell talked about the voice of Crawley people. It is really important that we make places for our people to have that voice. If we just sit back and say, let's wait until all the decisions are made, and then we'll think about what could be a bit better for Crawley. No, we need to get involved now. It'll be too late by the time everything's carved up, and everybody said, oh, well, they can have control of all of that, and there'll be nothing left for the people of Crawley to make decisions about anymore. And it is about local democracy. Councillor Nawaz talked about local democracy, and with what's going to happen in the future, we can see the dilution of that at community level. And it is really important. At the moment, people understand how Crawley Borough Council works. Most of the time, they have no idea what's going on down at West Sussex. Not a clue. Nobody knows what's going on down there, what they're doing, or what they're responsible for. Even the county councillors don't really report back to Crawley as to what's going on. They really, really don't. It's not good enough at the moment, and I can see in the future it not being good enough at all. Councillor Mullins talked about imagination. We had pioneers who started Crawley who had great vision, it's okay looking at the clock, but I'd like to be able to finish. They had a vision for Crawley, and we cannot lose that vision. That vision must go on into the future. The fact that we're going to be changed doesn't mean we lose that vision, that imagination, that drive for the future. So I won't be voting for any of the amendments.
Thank you. Is there any more speakers? Right. There are no more speakers. Councillor Jones, do you wish to use your right to reply? Please formally move the notice of motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yes, and thank you to all who have spoken tonight in the debate. I'd just address immediately to Councillor Crowe when he talks about the collaborative approach. The collaborative approach, Councillor Crowe, is the review itself. It's going to be conducted by our officers and will be an impartial review where we would participate as members, the public would participate. The points made tonight can all be explored as part of that process. The Community Governance Review gives the very opportunity for other proposals to come forward. Other points that were made, Councillor Hilton, I very much agree. There are some excellent examples of good nearby town councils. Littlehampton Town Council is one of the best in the country, in my judgment, and it has an excellent mayor too, may I say. Councillor Nawaz and Councillor Mullins, Chris Mullins, both referred to the huge range and diversity of this new town. And that is something we need, something that still encapsulates that. I absolutely feel that. Councillor Jaggard, I'll have to take you up on this. Ask the locals. Worth Church isn't in Maidenbough, it's in Worth, which gives you an idea of how subjective some of these boundaries for areas could be. And the point made about disestablishing Crawley Borough to set up a town council. Well, establishing parishes is consistent, I believe, with the wider context of local government reorganisation, and I think the government recognises the part town and parish councils have to play in the new arrangements. But given virtually every part of Sussex and Surrey already has a third parish or town tier of local government, it is not the outrageous suggestions some of the Conservative groups seem to be implying. The stuff about unreasonable precepts from Councillor Lanza is just a little bit alarmist. I hope he doesn't mind me saying that the parish share of council tax is very low, however you measure it. And you only have to look at other nearby areas to see parish and town councils who carry on and don't charge extortionate precepts. The electorate, of course, Madam Deputy Mayor, tend to make sure of that. Now, I got accused of not talking about the Conservatives' amendments, but I've listened very carefully to the arguments before commenting. And I won't be supporting them because there's no reason to wait until formal confirmation of the exact geographical footprint. And this work can take up to a year to complete for a CGR. So such details could be easily taken into account during that process. If I was cynical, I'd be suspicious that this is a delaying tactic by the Conservative group because they don't really want one, just by the way they're approaching this with what they say. I think the point about more than one parish is splitting hairs, really. I mean, this could be possible, and a CGR would consider evidence related to this. It doesn't need to be in the motion because the motion is not the review itself. We're not setting the terms of reference tonight. The binding referendum proposal is not even something I'm certain is legal, and the Conservative group certainly haven't asked the monitoring officer if it is. So given the doubts relating to it, we will not support it at this time. Saying that, some further thought will be given as to how, if it is decided a town council is appropriate, how popular support for its creation can be assessed. Now, the advice I've had from officers tonight, because I have asked, is that it's too early to make such a commitment for a referendum, which is advice I will be following and reflecting in the motion. But I can assure members we will look at how any decisions can get an indication of popular support, whatever shape or form that takes. Now, just to finish then, I thank you again to councillors for their contributions. I think it's been an interesting debate, and rightly so. This could be a key part of our future with the way things are shaping up. And I urge councillors here, whatever party you represent, to support this motion. This is about making sure we do the work with our officers to ensure that we have the very best arrangements for the people of Crawley, and that's what we're here for. I so move.
Jones. We now move to the voting on the amendments and then on to the notice of motion. The monitoring officer has confirmed that each of the amendments are separate and are not relevant to each other. They should be voted on individually, so we will take vote on each amendment in turn. I call...
May I come in, Madam Deputy Mayor? May I request a recorded vote on all three of the amendments, please, but not the substantive?
In that case,
we
we'll
need
do the
guillotine again.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, we need to do a guillotine. As the meeting has not been completed within the 2.5 hours... Sorry, I'm reading the wrong bit. As the meeting has not been completed within the 30 minutes extension, I will put it to the vote as to whether the council wishes to continue for another 30 minutes. Can we have a show of hands for those in favour for extending the meeting?
Yeah, that's a majority. That's the majority. It's carried.
Right. Okay. That's carried.
Do you want to just check the against?
Okay, so we do against. Is anyone against?
Yeah. Just one. Two. That's carried.
That's carried.
Two.
Okay. That's carried.
Any abstain?
Oh, one abstain.
Right. Okay. That's carried. So we do another 30 minutes. Thank you. Hang on, I've lost. Right. That's it.
So pass over to Chris now for the recorded vote.
Right. So, Chris, if you do the recorded vote. Oh, sorry. So we take a vote on each amendment in turn, and I call. Excuse me. I call for a vote on the proposed amendment 1 as set out in page 21. of the order paper.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is on Amendment 1, as the Mayor has just, Deputy Mayor has just said. Councillor Abu Musa. Councillor Adney. Councillor Ashraf. Councillor Ayling.
Against.
Councillor Barrett. Councillor Belbin. Councillor Bidwell. Councillor Burke. Councillor Bushnell. Councillor Cheriton. Councillor Crew. Councillor Hart. Councillor Hellier. Councillor Hilton. Councillor Irvine. Councillor Jaggard. Councillor Jones. Councillor Imtiaz Khan. Councillor Kieran Khan. Councillor Yasmin Khan. Councillor Lanza. Councillor Lunnan. Councillor Chris Mullins. Councillor Sue Mullins. Councillor Mingali. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Noyce. Councillor Patel. Councillor Pritchard. Sorry, Councillor Pritchard. Thank you. Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Rana. Councillor Russell. And finally, Councillor Yanni. The amendment falls by 10 to 23 with no abstentions. Shall I just continue with the... Shall I just continue?
Right, I now call for the vote the proposed amendment 2 as set out on page 23 of the order paper. That's a recorded vote as well.
So this is voting on recommendation 2, or amendment 2, apologies, on the notice of on the first notice of motion. Councillor Abu Musa. Councillor Adney. Councillor Ashraf. Councillor Ayling. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Belbin. Councillor Bidwell. Councillor Burke. Councillor Bushnell. Councillor Cheriton. Councillor Crowe. Councillor Hart. Councillor Hellier. Councillor Hilton. Councillor Irvine. Councillor Jaggard. Councillor Jones. Councillor Imtiaz Khan. Councillor Kieran Khan. Councillor Yasmin Khan. Councillor Lanza. Councillor Lunnan. Councillor Chris Mullins. Councillor Sue Mullins. Councillor Mngale. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Noyce. Councillor Patel. Councillor Pritchard. Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Rana. Councillor Russell. Finally, Councillor Yanni. Recommendation 2 falls 10 to 23 with no abstentions. Shall I just continue with the third one?
I call for a vote on the proposed amendment 3 set out on page 25 of the order paper. A recorded vote.
So this is on the third recommendation on the notice, third amendment on the first notice of motion. Councillor Abu Musa. Councillor Adney. Councillor Ashraf. Councillor Ayling. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Belbin. Councillor Bidwell. Councillor Burke. Bushnell. Councillor Cheriton. Councillor Crowe. Councillor Hart. Councillor Hellier. Councillor Hilton. Councillor Irvine. Councillor Jaggard. Councillor Jones. Councillor Imtiaz Khan. Councillor Kieran Khan. Councillor Yasmin Khan. Councillor Lanza. Councillor Lunnan. Councillor Mullins. Chris Mullins. Sorry. Councillor Sue Mullins. Councillor Mngale. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Noyce, Councillor Patel, Councillor Pritchard, Councillor Ramsey, Councillor Rana, Councillor Russell, and finally Councillor Yanni. Amendment 3 falls 10 votes to 23 with no abstentions.
I call for a vote on the substantive motion. Okay. I call for a vote on the substantive notice of motion 1, establishing a community governance review to investigate a town council, a Crawley town council. A recorded vote, please.
So the vote is on the notice of motion 1, unamended. Councillor Abdu Mosa. Sorry. Councillor Adney. Councillor Ashraf. Councillor Ayling. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Belbin. Councillor Bidwell. Councillor Burke. Councillor Bushnell. Councillor Cheriton. Councillor Crowe. Councillor Hart. Councillor Hellier. Councillor Hilton. Councillor Irvine. Councillor Jaggard. Councillor Jones. Councillor Intia Khan. Councillor Kieran Khan. Councillor Yasmin Khan. Councillor Lanza. Councillor Lunn. Councillor Chris Mullins. Councillor Sue Mullins. Councillor Mangali. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Noyce. Councillor Patel. Councillor Pritchard. Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Rana. Councillor Russell. And finally, Councillor Yanni. The notice of motion is carried 23 for, no against, and 10 abstentions.
Right, we now, sorry?
That's carried.
Yep, so that's carried. We now deal with the second notice of motion before us this evening. Notice of motion 2, corporate plan KPIs. This is set out on page 137 of the agenda. This motion will be moved by Councillor Crowe and seconded by Councillor Jaggard. There are also a response to the notice of motion from the Head of Paid Services, Ian Duke, which is contained within the order paper on page 27. Councillors are asked to consider as part of the debate of the notice of motion. We also have an amendment to his own motion by Councillor Crowe. As he and the seconder have accepted the amendment, this now forms the substantive motion for consideration. This is shown in order paper on page 29. Councillor Close, please formally move and present the amended motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I formally propose my motion. In February 2023, almost 2.5 years ago, this council passed its corporate plan. Now, who can remember its 6 priorities? Well, I'm going to remind you of 2 of them, and let's see if anybody else can mention any of the other 4 in the debate without cheating and without looking them up. So I'm going to name delivering value for money and modernising the way we work, and enabling a sustainable economic recovery and improving local job opportunities. Now, they and the other 4 priorities, they're very laudable aims, and the Conservative group wants them to succeed. But is this council succeeding in its priorities? How do we know? I, for one, want to see some actual evidence. Now, no offence to the leader, Councillor Jones, but I need a bit more than him saying at pretty much every single full council meeting how great a job he is doing and how, and I paraphrase, he is making Crawley great again. I want real evidence. And it's not just my own curiosity as leader of the opposition that wants access to information to see how other councils are performing. It's all non-cabinet members. And of course, most of all, I want the people that we serve in our town, our residents, to be able to monitor the performance of their local council. Now, Crawley residents can do that for West Sussex County Council. They publish a host of key performance indicators every quarter that are linked to their council plan. And there's accountability. The KPIs are published under each cabinet portfolio, and those cabinet members go to scrutiny committees and they are held accountable. And if performance isn't good, those cabinet members take political responsibility from them. They don't hide behind council officers. And with this in mind, at the February 2023 full council meeting, the Conservative group wanted to bring some transparency to Crawley Borough Council and to enable public monitoring of the performance by tabling the amendment that we did. And we really welcomed that the ruling Labour group accepted our amendment and that progress was made and that progress for the corporate plan would be published and monitored. But it hasn't happened. And the corporate peer review shined a light on this major deficiency that this council still has. Now, I'm not here to criticise council officers. There has been a failure to implement something, but I fully accept since COVID struck in 2020, their workload has increased and there's been lots of significant events and challenges they've had to address. However, the buck ultimately stops with the leader and the cabinet, who are the members of this council who are tasked with ensuring that council officers deliver the priorities of the council. They are the ones who, in theory, have the political accountability. And let's not forget, when Councillor Jones became leader of this council, the very first thing he did was increase the size of the cabinet from 7 to 8 members. That meant there were more senior councillors to hold the chief executive, the deputy chief exec, and the heads of service to account. So how have they done? Well, there is a huge irony in that we don't need a performance indicator for everyone to see that the Cabinet has totally failed to ensure that officers implement a policy that was agreed at this full council on publishing performance indicators. And that begs the question, if an expanded 8 members of the Cabinet can fail on something so basic that relates to the council's most strategically important policy document, what else are they failing on? I also want to know what caused this collective failure of the Cabinet. Was it just their own collective poor performance, or was it a conscious decision? Now, last night, all members of the council received an email from the Chief Executive, head of the paid service, in relation to this motion, and he apologised, and I thank him for that. And as the member who submitted this motion, I accept his apology, and again, I thank him for it. However, there is one more apology due, and I invite the leader of the council, Councillor Jones, to make one tonight. Since the submission of this motion and the publication of tonight's council papers, we've had the publication of papers for next week's scrutiny and cabinet meetings that contain the draft action plan following the council's corporate peer review. And within that, drawing up KPIs for the corporate plan are referenced. So my motion tonight, as tabled, is updated to reflect this. Now, I don't seek to tie the hands of members of scrutiny and of the cabinet. So the second resolution within the motion welcomes the actual tabling of the draft action plan without trying to force any views onto members as to the actual content in advance of those meetings. So what we have now with these, the publication of those papers, it does feel like we've got progress. But I note that it's taken 2 full council motions and a corporate peer review to get us to this stage. Now let's support this motion and let's continue to make progress on transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jaggard, please will you second the motion, and do you wish to speak now, or would you like to speak during the debate?
Thank you. I formally second this motion. Sorry, I'm very tired. And I'm going to speak now because I am really tired. So I would like to thank the Chief Executive for his open and honest response that we received last night. However, I do wonder at the administration, who were in a position to sort this out at a much earlier stage. How did they not notice that the key strategic and financial operations were not being measured? That data wasn't even being collated, let alone scrutinised. It's a failure in their duty. It makes me wonder why. Why is this council not able to measure its successes? Are there any measurable achievements? Residents have the right to know if their council is underperforming, and at the moment they cannot tell as there is no data. The leader has stood up on several occasions to say how well the council is performing, all just words as it now transpires. And it is even worse than I suspected because there was no data to support all this back-patting that's been going on. It's very, very disappointing. As Councillor Crowe pointed out, this lack of transparency and accountability has been recognised by the recent corporate peer review. The peer review that was also not published for several months, maybe in the hope that it would go away. With no data available, we don't know how the council is actually performing. Residents don't know, and now it comes to light that even the administration doesn't even know, and that's just not good enough. So I would welcome the tabling of the corporate peer review action plan at next week's OSC and cabinet meetings, and that it recommends a review of the corporate plan that includes the establishment of key performance indicators. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open up the debate to the floor. Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. The fact that KPIs weren't established reflected Conservative central government failings to implement the Office for Local Government or OFLOG effectively. Despite claims of objectivity, OFLOG lacked true independence. Ministers were required to approve any metrics added to its data explorer, and the limited and centrally imposed metrics forced councils to grapple with how to align their KPIs with OFLOG's narrow and unrepresentative set of indicators. I fully believe in transparency and the importance of accountability for our decisions and actions, but the way OFLOG was implemented shows what happens when political motives override objective analysis. Had the Conservative government not wasted public time, money and resource establishing OFLOG, we could have introduced meaningful KPIs rooted in local reality 2 years earlier. Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I would like to thank the Chief Executive and the Head of Paid Service for what he had to say in his statement in the order paper tonight. If Councillor Crowe and the Conservative group had any sense, they would have accepted this apology, withdrawn the motion and left it there. It is clear that this was a corporate oversight, not a policy or political one. Instead, they will have raised many questions in people's minds about their own actions. If this was sufficiently serious and councillors should have been expected to notice this, why did it take nearly 2.5 years for the Conservative group to raise this? They're the ones who are meant to have proposed it in the first place. Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillor Crowe and some of his Conservative colleagues on the other side are far too experienced in local government to have made such an elementary mistake. They know the division between what is the responsibility of council officers and what elected members are accountable for. Councillors are responsible for the setting of policy and officers for its implementation once agreed. What's most disappointing about this, in my view, was once it was noticed, there was no attempt to raise this internally with officers before sending a motion to full council. As the Chief Executive has responded and can be read in the order paper, there were mitigating factors for why this didn't happen, which the Conservatives could have found out about had they asked beforehand. I've always said that I will be accountable for the policy decisions for this council, but in their desperation to try and pin this on me, the Conservative group have attacked the officers squarely, and that's very sad because the officers can't answer back in the way that councillors have the freedom to. I mean, it has to be said, this is very much peak West Sussex Conservatives in action. Our residents are far more interested in delivery, and this is what the Labour group have been rightly focused on, actually getting the best local outcomes for local people. Yet the Conservative group wants to put that aside to prioritise process. Well, Madam Deputy Mayor, I can think of another council that was on top of monitoring all of their key performance indicators. All of their KPIs were looked at regularly and all showing no concerns, right up to and including the point where their children's services and fire and rescue service were externally inspected and rated inadequate. That was, of course, West Sussex County Council, and members of the Conservative group bringing this motion were key members of the ruling group responsible. For them, therefore, to preach at us tonight absolutely beggars belief. This motion before us is not an appropriate issue for a political leader to offer an apology, although what happened at West Sussex with service failure was political because it was largely policy driven and the outcomes were damaging. To conclude, the Council is going to develop and implement the KPIs and ensure publication in the future. But this could all have been achieved without this motion. To me, this bodes very poorly. The corporate peer challenge should be about improvement, not politicisation, yet it feels increasingly like what the Conservative group is trying to do. I see from the amendment from Councillor Crowe that, to his own motion that he's accepted, that he's trying to reverse the damage this motion has done to his credibility. In fact, he's made an absolute pig's ear of it. He's had to change it because the Chief Executive has already indicated that publishing past KPIs will not be possible. And again, the Conservative group would have known that beforehand if they had asked. As the publication of KPIs is a corporate rather than a policy function, such an apology called for is not an appropriate action for councillors to take. This council is under no obligation either to vote for a motion, either calling for or welcoming things that are now going to be done anyway. And it's for this reason that I urge members to treat the clear motivation behind this motion with the contempt it deserves and vote it down. This is not a whip vote for the Labour group. Members will be free to support it if they wish, but this is not a motion, in my view, that's worthy of anyone's support. And in terms of some of the things that were said that he's had to change, this isn't the only inaccurate statement that Councillor Crowe's put forward. Just for the record, Madam Deputy Mayor, my first act as leader was not to increase the Cabinet. My Cabinet only increased by 1 to 8 the following year to ensure that we were doing all we can to focus on public protection. And that's all I intend to say on this.
Councillor Lanza.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I will declare a personal interest as a member of West Sussex County Council on this notice of motion in the light of what's just been said. There was a resolution or an amendment, if you prefer, of the full council requiring that we establish KPIs, key performance indicators, and report upon them. The West Sussex County Council, notwithstanding the vagaries around Offlog, has been introducing KPIs and amending KPIs. So there was nothing to stop this council also introducing some form of key performance indicator to keep its residents, its citizens informed about the good and the not so good. And I know you don't like to talk about the not so good. The leader of this council, the leader of any council, has an absolute responsibility to ensure that resolutions, amendments carried by the full council, for which the full council is sovereign, are actually carried out. And we have welcomed the apology and understand the mitigating circumstances put forward by the Chief Executive as head of the paid service. But ultimately, the buck does stop with the leader of the council. And this comes back to points that were made in an earlier debate. You know, the importance of key performance indicators, the importance of independent assessment of a council's performance. I do not take much assurance from the leader of any council in isolation or any cabinet member in isolation without scrutiny, continuously claiming in a council chamber, this is great, that's great, we're speaking for everyone, this kind of thing. And cabinet member statements which, you know, barely acknowledge any error, any conceivable error. It's just too incredible. Now, Councillor Jones, as leader of the council, he doesn't just need to apologise for failing to respect the sovereignty of the full council on such an important issue. Given his penchant, given his great interest in press releases, he doesn't just need to apologise, he needs to press release it as well, with the same prominence which he presents himself to the media, even in portfolios that are not his direct responsibility.
Yes.
So let's see you stand up and take some responsibility for this. Full council was sovereign for those KPIs being produced. You have to respect the will of the full council. You're trying to hide behind a majority. They're not whipped, but it might be a bit career limiting if they didn't vote your way.
Yes.
Okay. Check. No, Any other speakers? Just ask if there are any other speakers.
Right. If there is there any other speakers? Councillors, is there any other speakers? No? Right. I call on a vote for this. Oh, here. Right, there are no further speakers. Councillor Crowe, do you wish to use your right for reply? Please formally move the amendment notice of motion to corporate plan KPIs. Thank you.
Well, I formally move, I believe I already have, but I certainly do wish to use my right to come back. I get to have the last word this time, and this will make a very pleasant change, quite frankly. Councillor Jaggard, I thank you for your comments, and indeed, the lack of data is concerning. Now, Councillor Barrett spoke about offlog quite a lot, but she completely failed to address what happened locally. Yeah, it's all very well what offlog did, but at the end of the day, there was nothing to stop the KPIs or any KPIs being brought in by this council. As Councillor Lanza said, you did not address anything that happened here at all. Now, Councillor Jones, I'm sorry, but you were just belligerent. That's the word that comes to mind. And you made an awful lot of representations. Now, you said we've had 2.5 years to raise this. Well, and also you said that we were attacking officers, and I take issue with that. We are not attacking officers. You are hiding behind officers. That's right. That's the correct relation here to officers being mentioned. And you said, well, we had 2.5 years to raise it, but you're the leader, you're the cabinet, you're the ones that hold officers to account to implement policies that this full council make. If you want us to do it, well, members opposite need to make me leader of this council, and then we will do it. You know, I'm very welcome to talk to any of you privately if you wish to change allegiance. I don't know how far I'm going to get, but my door is open. But that is the fact. We hold you to account. You hold officers to account. Until the people of Crawley say otherwise for elections, that's how some of you jump ship and come to us, or perhaps go to a new party that might be forming on the left with your former great leader, who I think some of you, by looking at the smile, still have great sympathy for. Things are not going to change. Now, hold on. Let me carry on, please, Chris. Now, Councillor Jones referenced West Sussex County Council. I declare a personal interest as a member. He's going back prior to 2019. He's going back 6 years. I wasn't a of the West Sussex Cabinet then, although I know Bob was, but I wasn't. So I take no responsibility personally for what happened. But if I just come back to order, come on, Madam Mayor, can we have some order, please? Yeah.
Order.
Can we have some order? Thank you. Okay. So, but what I will say about the County Council, since I have joined the Cabinet in 2019, those KPIs have only gone one way, and that's upwards. And we've made huge improvements in fire and rescue, in children's services. There's been improvements across the board at the County Council. So Councillor Jones was very much out of date. But of course, you don't have to take my word for it. The KPIs there, they're online. You can all look at them. But we can't do the same here at Crawley Borough Council. So, you know, I was really disappointed in Councillor Jones's response. And it's, you know, sometimes there's a saying that when you're in a hole, stop digging. Now, Councillor Lanza, I think he made the best speech of the evening, quite frankly. So hopefully you were friends again now after what I just did. And he is right. As I said to Councillor Barrett, there is nothing to stop the council having brought in the KPIs. But what didn't happen, and what no one's mentioned yet at all, is that there was no communication back to members as to why it hadn't happened. We had an 8-member cabinet, and you know, Councillor Noyts is the cabinet member for resources that oversees performance. And I appreciate you're new in the role, so I'll give you a little bit of a free ride. But Councillor Arno was the cabinet member for the last 2 years, and we haven't heard anything from her in the debate, disappointingly. So I thank most members, I think, for their contributions, and I do look forward to that it would seem we're going to make progress, but I do repeat that the papers for next week's meetings were not out before the motion was submitted, or indeed, I think, before the full council papers were published as well. So I encourage members to vote for the motion and to let's move on collectively together. I don't think it's been the greatest meeting for us tonight, but you know, there are opportunities for us to move forward and to improve things and to be able to evidence how well the council is doing. Thank you.
Right. As the meeting has not been completed within the further 30 minutes extension, I will put it to a vote to whether the council wishes to continue for another further 30 minutes. Can you show, can I have a show of hands for all those in favour of extending the meeting? Are we, do I need to repeat that? Right. I'm calling for another further extension of 30 minutes. Can I have a show of hands for in favour of extending the meeting? Can I have a show of hands as against the extension?
So what is it? Continue. So that's carried.
So that's carried. So we've got another 30 minutes of the meeting. And I call for a vote on the substantive amended notice of motion to corporate plan KPIs. Would you like a recorded vote? Did I hear? No? Okay.
You better just repeat.
Do I need to repeat that? Okay. I call for a vote on the substantive amended notice of motion to corporate plan KPIs. A show of hands in favour. Right, show of hands against.
Okay, that's just check any abstentions.
Any abstentions?
So
No.
it's carried.
That's carried then.
Falls. So it falls.
Oh, it falls.
Motion
Sorry, the
falls.
motion falls. Sorry?
No, it's fine. 23 to 10.
Oh, 23 to 10. It falls.
Yeah. That's right. That's fully against.
Right.
Okay. Councillors' questions.
The next item is councillors' question time. We have 30 minutes for this item. All councillors who ask a question will be allowed a supplementary question. As usual, and where possible, I will rotate between the groups when I take questions. We will start with the 5 written questions which have been submitted in advance. These are detailed in supplementary agenda, page number 11. This includes the responses. Councillor Clode, do you wish to ask a supplementary question, supplementary on either of your questions?
No, thank you.
Do you wish to ask a supplementary question?
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Councillor Balbum has unfortunately had to leave. Councillor Hillier, do you wish to ask a supplementary question? Okay.
Don't press it.
Don't press it.
That's
it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Hilton, for your responses, and I welcome the fact that there is going to be a meeting held to try and look at the traffic management and the plan for the area for the litter picking. My one question is in relation to the last paragraph, in relation to the vehicle that's been parked there. It's on floor 5, just so that you know, and it's a maroon van, and I do have the registration number, but it's been there about 3 months. And one of the questions that I actually raised when this came before me was in relation to Gatwick parking and the operation of this as a long-term car park. And we do have problems with vehicles being parked long-term in places. And this is an example where we do need to look at what is being parked. If this is going to be used as a long-term car park, we do need parking services to actually monitor people that are there for the long term, because otherwise we're going to get Gatwick parking all filling up that car park, and that's my question.
Thank you for your supplementary question.
I now open the floor to any members wishing to ask a question to either Cabinet members or committee chairs. Please press your buttons now. Both groups have provided me with a list of who will use, So I will use the list to guide the debate. Councillor Kieran Khan.
Don't press it.
Hello, hi. I wanted to ask a question to the leader of the council. So, can I ask Councillor Jones if he is aware that the party opposite, through their former parliamentary candidate, supposedly circulated a petition on the council's recent proposals about car parking in MK2, and they apparently collected hundreds of residents' details and comments, but from what I can see, it has not been handed in. So can I just ask you if you can confirm or deny if this petition was ever handed in, or even after the consultation was over and the decision was taken? If not, does he share my view that it's a real pity that this petition was not passed on, so the council was not able to consider the points made, and these residents' time was wasted? And does he might not think that this might have just ended up as a data harvesting exercise for the party opposite?
Well, I'd like to thank Councillor Khan for a question. I have to say that this petition sadly entirely missed my attention until after the decision report had been published ruling out charging at K2, and the individual you referred to then began circulating frankly, opportunistic videos on Facebook claiming that his campaign had been responsible. I checked as recently as this morning, Councillor Khan, and I can confirm that the council never received this petition from the Tories, so we were hardly able to consider it, never mind let it change our minds. Fortunately, this council leadership is already in touch with the community and had already listened carefully to the council's direct public consultation. Now, there's been a lot tonight from the other side demanding their pound of flesh for people getting things wrong, but I haven't heard any from the Crawley Conservatives for wasting so many local residents' time. 600 people, I was told. They can't run a petition, so how they can expect to be trusted to run a council, let alone the country, is beyond me. And I feel even sorrier for the Crawley residents who filled in their contact details, who may now be getting bombarded by unsolicited political rubbish from the local Tory party. I mean, that's a cruel and unusual punishment for anyone.
Crawley Conservatives.
Thank you. Councillor Crowe. Oh, sorry. Would you like a supplementary? No. Okay. Councillor Crowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. If we can have some order, please. My question is to the Chair of the Audit Committee, Councillor Kira Khan. This evening, we've appointed a new independent member for the Audit Committee, but I was concerned to read an email sent exactly 2 weeks ago to yourself and other members of the committee by the previous independent member of the committee, Mr. Asa Ul-Haq, saying why he wouldn't be reapplying. I'm just going to do for 3 very short quotes. He said, despite more of a year of persistent efforts, access to internal audit reports remained unresolved throughout my tenure. And he also said, the legal formalities imposed were so restrictive and, I believe, applied in a discriminatory manner. And he also said, I was denied access to internal audit reports for the entire duration of my 2-year engagement. So my question to you is, since receiving this email, as Chair of the Audit Committee, what actions have you undertaken to investigate the concerns raised by the now former independent Audit Committee member?
Well, I just want to say I do have the utmost respect for this independent member and for the time that he served on this committee. And as I said in my previous correspondence a few minutes ago, but I have read this email and I will say that I have full confidence in the officers and the councillors of the committee that we have done our jobs and we have served on the committee very well. And what I will say is that I will take these comments on board from this independent member, and I will make sure that these comments are heard and addressed, and I will make sure that these will be brought up. Thank you.
Yes, please, Madam Deputy Mayor. Well, it sounds like you haven't done anything yet. Well, Mr. Ul-Haq also wrote that that given these circumstances and despite my sustained commitment, I am unable to provide assurance that the Council's governance, risk management and internal control frameworks are operating effectively. And that's quite ironic given what we've heard this evening about the lack of KPIs. And I find that statement quite concerning. So my question now is, given that somebody with the audit background and knowledge of Mr. Ul-Haq is unable to, what assurance can you, as the Chair of the Audit Committee, give me that the Council's governance, risk management and internal control frameworks are operating effectively?
Like I said, I have been the Chair of this committee for the past year, and I will say that I have full confidence in the officers and I do have a full confidence in the committee's function. And as I said before, with these comments, I will make sure that that they are addressed, and I will make sure that I will be responding to the independent member directly. But I was obviously disappointed to hear that these were the views of the independent member, but I will be making sure that the committee will be functioning correctly in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Lunnan.
I had the great pleasure of attending the opening of the refurbished playground in Hadley's Close recently with Councillor Mullins, and it was a fantastic event, and I just wondered whether it was just unique to Broadfield or whether you've had any more successes across the rest of the town in refurbishing and reopening some playgrounds.
Oh, well, earlier on, of course, and next year's, and I did indicate as well that we have completed the earlier stages of our development. And yes, I mean, the answer is what we've done has been successful. It's very well received by the residents, and what we will do will also, I'm pretty sure, receive the same gratefulness from the residents for the lovely provisions that we're making. So I just think it's about going on and getting all 70 plus of them done and to the higher standards, and ensuring that they're safe areas for our children to play in, and that's very, very important.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. My question is to Councillor Jones as Leader of the Council. It's on the budget that we approved in February 2025. That budget proposed to bring forward a car parking strategy with an alleged additional income of £388,000. But that proposal did not identify exactly where that income would come from. We learnt about that later, and subsequently, and I'm not disagreeing with this decision, I'm just mentioning it. Subsequently, Cabinet decided not to proceed with car park charging at the Hawth and K2 Crawley. At this stage, how does the leader propose that the resulting budget gap is compensated for?
Well, thank you to Councillor Lanza for his question. I think the good news is that we don't anticipate there to be a budget gap, because all of the projections did not include the work that we're doing at the Orchard Street car park multi-storey and the Kingsgate. And with the changes there, we anticipate a healthy increase in revenue that will cover what won't be going in K2 or the Hawth. To be honest, throughout this, we were actually very careful with our projections. Members will have noticed, for example, that in the K2 consultation, at no point did we ever actually specify a value for what we were intended to charge. Therefore, it would have been extremely difficult to sort of pinned all our hopes that that's where the money would be coming from. So I have Councillor Hilton nodding in my to my side on this, and I can absolutely assure him that a budget gap is not something we're anticipating on this. There will be other budget challenges this year, but car parks will not be one of the things adding to it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, and thank you for that answer. It's good news about the budget gap. I just want to ask you a hypothetical question, still referring to the figure of £388,000 for which no details were provided at the point the budget was agreed. Had this Conservative group moved an amendment to raise an additional income of £388,000 at the budget meeting in February from, say, as an example, the planning department, without specifying where any of that income would come from, would you have invited the monitoring officer of this council to rule that amendment out of order because there was no detail?
I don't tend to answer hypothetical questions, Madam Deputy Mayor, but all I would say is the Conservative group, if they wanted to put forward a budget amendment and it had been signed off by our head of finance and the appropriate financial monitoring officer, I would have, as sound, I would have certainly listened to it and not queried whether it was workable. But perhaps next year he could try doing that, and we'll see how I respond in real life.
Councillor Abu Musa. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is a question for Cabinet Member for Leisure and Wellbeing, Councillor Chris Mullins. I understand that last week, Tilgate Zoo has officially been accredited, excuse me, by the British and the Irish Association for Zoo and Aquariums. An achievement and recognition the zoo outstanding commitment to animal welfare, conservation, education, research, and mark of distinction. The place it among very best zoos and zoo and aquariums in the UK and Ireland. Does the Cabinet Member agree with me that receiving accredited status is great success and strong recognition that our hard-working zoo staff are dedicated excuse me, to looking after their animals to the highest standard and high praise for their inspirational work in conservation and education? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I mean, it's an opportunity for me to talk about the zoo and the staff in there, because it's like anything. I mean, it's like our parks and all the green flags we get. It's the people doing the job that create that result. You know, it's other people control policy and they control finance, but the people actually with their hands on the tasks are the people that make it all work. And what's been happening up at the zoo is that, as everybody who's been around a while will know, we started off with a nature centre with lots of domestic animals and creatures that perhaps existed in Tilgate Park. But we've developed and we've moved on, and we've got many exotic animals in the zoo now, and it's early days yet. So into the future, you may well see us starting to develop further interesting animals. And the zoo in itself is becoming very, very popular, and it's compared to other zoos at a very reasonable price for entrance. So it's being a member of BIAZA is an honour. You don't get it lightly. They investigate your zoo very, very carefully. They investigate the standards, the way you operate, the conditions that your animals live in, and how you deal with them when they're not well. For example, we have massive vet bills at the zoo. They're quite incredible. So there's lots of things like that going on all the time, but we are all the time wanting to take it forward. Now, one of the good things that BIAZA does for us as a zoo is gives us the ability to swap animals. So if we have animals that maybe produce too many of one kind, but another zoo is interested in those animals, we can arrange swaps and things like that, because that, as long as that zoo is a BIAZA zoo as well, we're in a situation where we can do exchanges of those animals, and it will be at no cost, perhaps other than travelling costs, to get that. So I think we've got a very exciting future for the zoo. The zoo is there now. It's called a zoo. It's not called a nature centre anymore. And every response that we're getting so far, people are very pleased with what they're seeing in there. And I think it's all down to the excellent staff that are running that zoo. And I would like to send out tonight congratulations to the staff who achieved BIAZA accreditation, because it was them that got it. And thank you very much, staff, for that.
Well
done. Do you have a supplementary? No. Okay. Councillor Bidwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. My question is for Councillor Chris Mullins. Apologies for that. As someone who spent many enjoyable years playing rugby as part of our club in Crawley, I take much pride in noting as a member of this council the good it's done in championing the sports and bringing together our community during events throughout the year, such as the annual firework night. With that in mind, I'm sure that you would agree how saddening it is to know of the dire circumstances surrounding the club and the leasing of the pitches. Since my approach to you last year about this, there have been emails out to members, and I just wondered if there's been any progress made regarding saving the institution that gives so much to our community.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that question. I mean, the rugby club, I need to declare that I am a social member of the club. I better put that on officially because I like the club. I actually had my 80th birthday party there. Yeah. And we had a wonderful evening. So it was really good. So, I mean, the last thing that I want to do in Crawley is see anything getting into trouble or going downhill. That's not what I'm about. I always like to think of myself as a builder. And I don't like destructing or destroying things. I like to create things and I like to take them forward. That's why we're so pleased with the developments that we've got at K2 in going forward. So I haven't been approached directly, to be honest, by the rugby club. I know there is a look going on at their contracts for their rental agreements and etc. at the moment, and we also have to look to the council's resources and how we can survive as a council in very, very difficult financial circumstances. And there may be other sports areas that are a bit worried as well. But we set out all the time to assist clubs, not to destroy them. And I'm quite happy to meet with people and with some officers to talk through the problems as the club perceives them. To date, they haven't contacted me about any of their problems. And I go there quite often and I have a nice pint there and look out at the rugby field and see some of the games playing. So it's not an unusual place to me. And if they want to talk to us, and I could get Michael Jones perhaps to come along and we can have a good sit down and talk through the issues as they see it, and perhaps bring in a finance man. But they need to go through that detail with us. We need to understand what their problems are. I mean, because they do put a lot of activities on in there, and I would say, generally looking at that bar most times when I go in there, it's one of the healthier bars. I mean, that's rugby players, isn't it? It's one of the healthier bars in Crawley. They do like their pint when they're playing their games. But yeah, so I mean, I'm open to being approached if that's what needs to be taken, and I will discuss more details about how we can ensure the ongoing success of Crawley Rugby Club. But quite often people say things that they don't really mean. Like, we're going to get bankrupt and we're going down. I mean, it isn't necessarily what's really going to happen. So be a bit more sceptical about some of the things that might be being said, but willing to look at it at any time.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. My question is for the Cabinet Member for Planning and Economic Development, Councillor Nawaz. It's really important to me that we're supporting the career aspirations for young people across our town. For this reason, I'd appreciate a progress update on Crawley College's new Surrey and Sussex Institute of Technology Centre, which will increase higher technical education across the town and address skills shortages. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett, for your question. I think I completely agree with you. This is one of the topics which is very close to my heart as well. How Crawley is generation, the younger people can get, and old residents can get their education upgraded. So Sussex and Surrey Institute of Technology, you might have seen anybody travelling towards on Three Bridges on Hazlitt Avenue East. The building is up and the pace is quite well. So there's no recent delays. I can report that. I did check recently on my portfolio briefings as well. Project is currently on week 60 of 69-week building program. Work is going with pace, mechanical, electrical work, flooring, plastering. And when you look at from outside, it looks like the building is nearly there. So it's really progressing very well. And I think it's up for its completion by 22nd of September 2025. And the open day will be taking place in October 2025. So I think I'm really pleased to say that it's progressing very well with the money spent by, but this obviously the town's fund 2.1 million gone into it, and overall is 4.5 million gone in. So it's money well spent, and I think Crawley will be proud of that when it's ready. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Councillor Yasmin Khan. Community protection. So in Maidenbough, we've got a constant problem with youths late at night congregating in Maidenbough Park, car park. They played loud music, rev the engines, blare the horns, and other really worrying antisocial behaviours going on. This is the park right in the centre of the neighbourhood, surrounded by houses, some of them less than 20 metres away. Additionally, vehicles are racing along Maidenbough Drive between the roundabouts between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m, and the noise can be heard right across the neighbourhood. It's been reported to the police, our ASB teams, and Operation Crackdown. But the car park itself is CBC land. And one resident was so upset last week, we had a community engagement thing. She wanted to go out and tackle the youths in her pyjamas, which wasn't ideal. And I told her, don't do that, because obviously it's dangerous. Please, can you tell me if the PSPO on car cruising is still in force? If not, why not? And if it is still in force, what measures can be taken to stop this sort of antisocial behaviour in our car parks late at night, specifically relating to Maidenbough car park? And if we can't stop the antisocial behaviour, is there something that can be done to secure the car park so that the vehicles can't get in there? Thank you.
Thank you. Maidenbough car park, I'm trying to think which one. Is that the one near the community centre? The pavilion, okay. Yeah. All right. It is the one, isn't it? Yeah, because I was there. All right. I've made a note of everything that you've just said about the vehicles and about the ASB that's happening at the Maidenbough Park. I've got a briefing soon, and I will be taking this up with the officers. I will discuss it, then I will send you an email. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you.
I just clarify if the PSPO car cruising is still actually in force? It was first put in 2019, and then it was redone for another 3 years in 2022. Is it still in force? Have we redone it this year or not?
Okay. Yeah. I can't confirm because I can't remember top of my head, but I will come back to you. So I will get that confirmed, and I'll come back to you. Is that all right? Okay. Thank you.
For another further 30 minutes. I would like to put it to a vote to whether the council wishes to continue for a further 30 minutes. Can I call for a show of hands of all those? I'm not the one doing all the talking. Can I have a show of hands for all those in favour of extending? Order.
We've got one there.
Right, who would... can I call for a show of hands for all those in favour of extending the meeting?
1, 2, okay. And against?
Anyone, can I have a show of hands?
Go for against.
Can I have a show of hands for against, please? I think I might be against as well. I've got work tomorrow too. Okay.
Let me take that from you.
Thank
And then
you.
you just declare the meeting. Just declare the meeting
So
closed.
do I ask?
No. Just say
no?
I declare the meeting closed.
Right, okay. I declare. Chris, I haven't finished. Chris, I haven't finished. I declare the meeting closed at. My watch has died as well.
11:34.
11:34. Thank you.
Well done, Madam Deputy Mayor.
I got through it.
That was very
Thank
good.
you for
Well
your
done.
help.
Well done.
Thank you.
That was not an easy job.